The March 19th, 2008 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. And these proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art detection and suppression sprinkler system. I'm asked to make this announcement every time we have a meeting to advise the folks that should the system activate, please leave through the exits, and we'll have city employees outside to tell you where to go and when to come back into the building. This is just said as a matter of precaution. We have no reason to believe that this will ever take place. So before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation? We have Reverend Bonnie Polly here from Christ Episcopal Church to give us her invocation, and please remain standing for the pledge.
I think we just need to thank God for that wonderful presentation. Let us pray. O Lord, our Governor, bless each one of these council members gathered here, that they may be a people of peace among themselves and a blessing to our community. Give to them the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people. We ask this in your most holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, no, somebody's
Thank you very much.
We're going to have the swearing in now. The swearing in.
Well, it's a great day. Great day for the city of Las Vegas. Great day for the mayor of the city of Las Vegas, because I just had my 5th little grandchild, little girl. Thank you. My son Eric and his wife Stephanie just had the baby this morning. Little baby's name is Kate. She's 7 pounds 6 ounces, 19 inches long, and pitch black hair, and as cute as a button. So I'm a proud grandfather once again. And this brings us to another moment of pride when we are going to have the proceeding to swear in our new traffic commissioner for municipal court. That's Crystal Eller-Quam. Crystal, would you please come forward? And I'd also like to invite at this time to the dais Crystal's husband Lester and their son Bobby and their daughter Courtney and her mother Judy. How you doing? Good. Big day, huh? It's a nice day. Nice day. Congratulations. That's how you doing? It's a great day. Crystal, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
This is great. My pleasure. This is my pleasure. At this time, we'll have Bobby and Courtney hold the Bible for your mom. And Crystal, would you please raise your right hand? Oh, we're going to have a lot of problems with this court. Oh, man. Oh, if the defendant who appears in front of you doesn't know the difference between their left hand and their right hand, double the fine, please. Thank you very much. Do you solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, domestic or foreign, and that you will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding,
that you're not under any direct or indirect obligation to vote for, appoint, or elect any person to any office, position, or employment in our city government, that you are a bona fide resident at your stated address, and that you will faithfully perform the duties of the office in which you are about to enter, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Congratulations. Now, Judge Brown, who is the Chief Judge of our municipal court, was going to robe you today. Unfortunately, he had a death in his family. He was unable to be here. So, who's better than a husband to do this? Lester, would you be kind enough to robe your wife? Congratulations. And Commissioner, a few words, please.
Well, the only thing I could think to say is thank you to everyone here, everyone who's going to be working with, everyone who supported me all along, everything I had to go through to learn the qualifications I have for this job, everyone who supported me with my law office and my family supporting me growing up, helping me through law school, and the commission, of course, the city council, for having confidence in me, voting for me, and I wanted to let everyone know that I plan on doing a very good job, and I'm not going to let you guys down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now this is time for the Commissioner to have some photos with your family first, if the family would gather around you. Very good, and if the family would please have a seat now, we'll ask our judges from our municipal court to come forward, please, and to have a photo taken with our new commissioner.
I love this trend towards short people. This is great.
Hi, Marty, how are you? Good seeing you. Ray, would you please go back to court? And now, even though it's not on the schedule here, let's have one with the council.
Wait, please. Councilman? Wait, no, you go to work. Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. The ceremonial portion of our agenda continues with our next item, and I'm going to ask the March Employee of the Month to come forward. First, Larry Hogsness, who is Director of Field Operations, will join us at the podium and announce that the March Employee of the Month, who's going to join Larry at this time, is Henry Jackson. Henry, congratulations. Henry, good seeing you, buddy. Henry is a motor sweeper operator with our Field Operations Department and has been with the city since January of 1985. Over the years, the city has periodically received calls from residents praising Henry for his acts of kindness. Most recently, he helped prevent what could have been some criminal and very dangerous activity in one of our neighborhoods. On one of his recent work shifts, Henry noticed a vehicle in his work area with a handicapped license plate, but when the driver exited the vehicle, he appeared to have no physical disabilities. He later noticed the driver walking door to door, peering into windows of homes in the area. So he reported the incident to the police, and when the police came, they found that the driver had a screwdriver in his possession, had a criminal history, which included prior arrests for burglary. And the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department commended you with a letter to the city for your commitment to the community and willingness to get involved. So on behalf of the entire City Council, we'd like to congratulate you on being named the March 2008 Employee of the Month. And along with this beautiful plaque, you're going to receive a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of Nevada Federal Credit Union, and a one-year membership, which you can use, Henry, to a 24-hour fitness.
Relax muscle.
I understand that. Courtesy of 24-hour fitness and the Volansky Group. Congratulations, buddy. Good seeing you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, member of the councils. I've known Henry for, or Hank as we call him, for 20-plus years. I kind of nicknamed him Action Jackson, and he's certainly living up to that reputation. Henry's always gone out there and gone the extra mile, and this is just another great example of him taking the initiative to do what's right and make this a great city that it is. So, Hank, we really thank you. I want to thank the Metropolitan Police Department for writing us the letter, and just keep up the great work. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Henry Jackson. First of all, I thank God for having me to work for the city of Las Vegas. A great place to work for. And great bosses such as Larry, Tracy, my number one man, Mike Gaston, the mayor, and all the city councilmen and women.
Thank you.
Yeah. And it's a great privilege to work for the city, and I want to thank everybody for inviting me to come to get this perfect plaque, such as my boss, Larry. And I think Larry said he's going to let me drive his convertible when I leave here. And I also want to thank Metropolitan Police Department for nominating me for the award. And God bless everybody. And I thank you. And can I get the mayor to come to the gym with me? We can both drink a martini.
You got that, Hank.
Thank you.
Hey, congratulations. I knew that gym was good for something. For our next item, we're pleased to recognize one of our own city employees for a national honor. Will Joe Marcella, our Director of Information Technologies, please join us at the podium? Oh, great. It's always a privilege to honor one of our own employees for the work they do in the city and what they do in the community. Joe has served as CIO and Director of the Information Technologies Department for more than 10 years now. In that time, he has led numerous city initiatives to improve access to city services for residents, businesses, and visitors, including the city's website, which has been named third best city website in the nation. Next year will be first.
Second?
First.
All right, first.
All right.
Yeah.
It's especially rewarding that when one is recognized by his own peers, in Joe's case, he's gotten the ultimate compliment from the Government Technology magazine. He's been named to the list of the top 25 doers, dreamers, and drivers in the nation for his efforts to use technology to further the mission of this city. This is a very prestigious list that includes the California Governor, Governor Schwarzenegger, and the First Lady of West Virginia, Gail Manchin. Along with the entire City Council, I'm proud to proclaim today, March 19th, as Joseph Marcella Day in the city of Las Vegas. Am I right? And also, we have a senatorial recognition from Senator John Ensign recognizing your hard work and your contributions to the city. Congratulations, my friend. And here's our proclamation declaring today Joe Marcella Day in the city.
Mayor, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Mayor and Council, I wanted to thank you for this honor. I'm going to read this. Typically, I stand up here, and it's an Employee of the Month or a Team of the Month, and I'm pointing to other folks, and I'm going to do the same thing today. This is really a world-class city, so this award belongs to this city. With a Mayor and Council with a vision who strongly support growth and service to a discerning population. It belongs to an open city management, directors willing to take risk to better the city services. a diverse and talented staff willing to humor me on my less than conventional approach to government. They are sharp people. A supportive family that puts up with me always working, and also a group of citizens who are not shy about asking for excellence in government. The recognition goes to these folks. And a little bit of ready, fire, aim, I would imagine. We, in technology, only do three things, and it's very, very simple. We figure out what the citizens really need. Then once we've got that done, we try to put it together in a fashion that'll always work for them. And the last thing is that management, city council, and the rest of us have to figure out how to run the place, so we provide enough information so those things can be done, so we can perpetuate what we've done. This city has done a lot of innovative things, and we've saved the citizens a buck or two. But what's really important is that we continue to find ways to provide services that fit the way the Las Vegas folks work, live, and play. I really thank you. My family's here.
Oh, let's have your family come up and give Dad a kiss.
Can I announce them? There's
Sure, please.
Nikki, that just came out of the control booth. She works for the city. Nikki, wave. Sam and John just drove in from Long Beach and L.A.
Welcome. Welcome.
And my wife, Bobby.
Hi, Bobby. Nice seeing you. How are you? Good to see you. Very good. That's great. That's terrific. Be sure to get up at 4 a.m. and watch this on TV.
Thank you. Thank you.
For our next item, Councilwoman Tarkanian will recognize some local women in honor of Women's History Month. Councilwoman.
Today we are recognizing March as Women's History Month to continue our city's ongoing initiative to honor and celebrate diversity. We have within Las Vegas, women of every race, class, and ethnic background who have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our community in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. To honor the originality, beauty, imagination, and multiple dimensions of women's lives, women's art, women's vision was chosen as the 2008 theme for National Women's History Month. And here at the City of Las Vegas, we decided to follow that theme. Las Vegas women continue to play a significant role from the beginning of our history of our city to now in creating a community for arts and establishing a legacy of culture for our youth. And Las Vegas women have been leaders, not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but ensuring the rights of future generations. And we, the mayor and the members of the city council, proudly proclaim March 2008 as Women's History Month. And it is our honor to honor 4 women, each deeply involved with the local art scene. It was very difficult to narrow the choices down to only 4 women, but we wanted to give some type of recognition to those women who we don't often hear about, but we know are out there doing lots of work all the time behind the scenes to make our city a better place. There are many fantastic ladies to choose from. In the end, we selected 4 ladies, and when I call your name, can you please come forward? Marty Walsh. We'll give this to me. And Marty, I want to say a little bit about what you do, and we want to give you this citation, this proclamation. I want to tell a little bit about Marty. She began her educational pursuits by graduating with a Certificate of Fine Arts in Painting at the Art Academy of Cincinnati, continuing her education by obtaining a Bachelor's of Fine Arts at Western Kentucky University. Over the span of her career, she has contributed a continuum of achievements within the arts around the world. During her 5 years of community exposure within Las Vegas, she has been asked to curate over 25 exhibitions within county and city venues, ranging from the Reed Whipple Cultural Center to the Winchester Cultural Center and Contemporary Arts Collective. One of her exhibitions was awarded Best Art Exhibit of 2003 by the Las Vegas Weekly, and she has been honored amongst the Guggenheim Hermitage Museum and the Bellagio Gallery of Fine Arts. Besides being an endowed artist herself, Marty is civic-minded and involved with the art community through her efforts in many local art-minded groups and committees. She also has a strong belief in mentoring and supporting young artists with a plethora of skills and knowledge. Marty owns Trivecta Gallery in the Arts Factory. And you now have your certificate. I don't want you to leave. I want you to stay here. You might want to say a few words.
I'm a little speechless. It doesn't sound like somebody I know.
Your resume.
I do what I do out of love and passion for the civic duty of being an artist and also of being an artist. And it's the people here and the council and the citizens who have allowed us to create an arts community for me to thrive in and be myself and love what I do. Thank you.
Next, we wanted to honor Roz Knight. Roz has had 36 years of experience in the arts and teaching the arts. She teaches now full-time at West Prep Academy and then every night at Sunset Morris Academy from 5 to 8 p.m. Recently, Roz succeeded in following her dream, which I know she's had for many, many years, to start a nonprofit art gallery to educate and provide, to promote and create, to market and to celebrate the arts for all ages and all people. City of the World was incorporated in 1996 and finally has a space here within our city, our inner city here, which opened in August 2007. Since opening, they have exhibited over 150 artists' work. The age of the artists ranges from 5 years of age to 90 years old. Roz served as an art educator in the Clark County School District for over 10 years and has also taught classes at UNLV, College of Southern Nevada, and Lesley University. She has been active in projects at the Lead Museum, Peninsula School for the Deaf in San Francisco, and at the Las Vegas Natural History Museum. She also has spent time in supporting women's issues through the American Association of University Women and the United Nations. Congratulations, Roz.
I just want to thank the council and thank the mayor for your program in promoting the arts. It's very important. I believe that the arts are the bridge to the peace in our world, and I believe that that's one way that we can higher our educational levels of our children for learning. So I believe arts are the most important thing, an integral part of all learning. And I enjoy Las Vegas. I'm originally from Montreal, and I enjoy the cosmopolitan aspect of our city and the potential here. So I hope to see you all down for First Friday and to come and look at our galleries and to enjoy us more with the arts. Thank you so much, and God bless. I have to thank my family. I have 6 children and 7 grandchildren, and I want to thank them for supporting me. They have a nutty mother.
Next, I'd like to have Rita Abbey. Rita Abbey is an emeritus professor of art at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. She taught drawing, painting, and color theory at UNLV from 1965 to 1987. the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, the Marjorie Barrick Museum, and the Palm Springs Art Museum in Palm Springs, California, collaborated to present the Rita Abbey 35-year retrospective, which was held February 16th through March 5th, 1988 at UNLV, and March 25th through June 5th, 1988 at the Palm Springs Art Museum. Addie, who works in the areas of painting, drawing, printmaking, sculpture, porcelain, enamel filed on steel, stained glass, and computer art, has had 50 individual exhibitions and has participated in over 100 national and international group exhibitions. She is represented in private and public collections in the United States, the Middle East, and Europe. Congratulations.
I just want to, can you hear me? I just want to thank the mayor and Lois Tarkanian for recommending me for this award, and councilmen. And I can give you a little further history, which may be of interest to you, but the area of downtown was a place where I worked many, many years ago. I was in the old Anderson Dairy building, and I made a loft out of where they kept the milk cans upstairs. And I worked there for about 13 years. And I think I was the only artist in the community that ever dared to go down there and create a studio. And I think it reminded me of the lofts in New York, and it was really a challenge. But I have a large studio of my own now, and I have been continuing to work after I stopped teaching, and fortunately have had an opportunity to do some commissions in this community, which some of you may be familiar with. So I want to thank everybody. This was a wonderful place to live, to be an artist, to raise my children, and to have an opportunity to be part of the growth of the university.
Thank you so much. We have a lot of history here, a lot of history. And next I'd like to have Cindy Funkhauser come up, please.
Cindy, good seeing you.
Nice to see you, Cindy. Cindy Funkhauser's vision, passion, and perseverance has brought First Friday from a small grassroots festival to the multifaceted art event it is today, featuring art both inside the many area galleries and outside in the two festival areas. With food and beverages galore, street entertainers, a chalk drawing area, and just plain fun for all ages. And I know the council members have been there, and each of them has enjoyed it very much in their partaking of the festivities. Cindy has always loved collecting things and was able to turn her obsession into a thriving business. Her antique store, the Funk House, which was constructed fittingly in 1958, has been featured in New York Magazine and has been honored by several different entities. Cindy has always supported local artists, first by displaying art in her store, then by becoming the driving force behind First Friday, providing Las Vegas with a monthly gathering place for art and people watching, where our attendance grew up to 10,000 one month and 15,000 almost in the celebration, the 5th anniversary celebration. That's a heavy growth, and we're all impressed with that. She grew up in Iowa, moved to Las Vegas in 1984 and settled in. She's a person who believes in making her neighborhood a better place to live and is an advocate of making the downtown arts district a thriving place to live and work. Cindy's determination and hard work kept First Friday going and growing over the past 4 years. Congratulations, Cindy.
I have to say that I'm quite humbled by being honored with the credentials of these ladies here behind me, being basically a high school graduate, bartender, and now an antique store owner. But other than thanking the council and the mayor in particular and the people who attend First Friday. I have to credit my parents who basically convinced me that there was absolutely nothing I couldn't do if I wanted to. Very strong mother in our family. And my husband, who is pretty much in this past year with having been a little bit sick, the main volunteer and helps take care of everything. Thank you.
I want to thank all of you very much for your contribution to both the arts and to Las Vegas. Our council honors each of you for your dedication, hard work, and community contributions. And I feel proud and honored to be a part of recognizing my sisters. I know how hard you have worked. Thank you. And you might want to have a picture with the great mayor.
Everybody. Everybody stand together. Come on, gentlemen. There we go. That's good. All of us, please. Where you see these pictures? Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you. Take care. That's great. Terrific. For our next item, we'd like to recognize a very special event in our city, the return of the Mint 400 Off-Road Race. And I'd like to ask Don Wall, President of the Southern Nevada Off-Road Enthusiasts, and Jamie Fagan, Director of Events for the Mint 400, to join us up here.
Good morning. How are you?
How you doing? Good seeing you. Nice seeing you. How you doing? Jamie, how you doing? Good seeing you.
It's going.
In 1968, the Mint Hotel, located right here in downtown Las Vegas, organized the first Mint 400, an off-road race that attracted hundreds of thousands of spectators and racing champions from around the world. The event became a must-see for those in the racing community, and unfortunately, the race ceased operations after Del Webb sold the Mint Hotel in the mid-1980s. So you know where the Mint is now? Binion's. Right. Luckily, the organization Southern Nevada Off-Road Enthusiasts, or SNOR, which is the acronym, is bringing this event back to Las Vegas. We expect to have more than 300 entries in town for the event and are looking forward to the festivities will kick off on Fremont Street East on March 27th. That's this week. We're proud to proclaim March 27th in this proclamation through March 30th as Mint 400 race days in the city of Las Vegas and ask everyone to get involved in these exciting activities. And I'll now turn this over to Don, and Don will tell us more of the story.
It'd be an honor. Thank you. Our organization is 40 years old, constantly putting on off-road events here in Southern Nevada. It is a difficult challenge because we do have an impact. Off-road racing, to a lot of you, you probably didn't even know it existed. I am honored to be here with Oscar because he recognizes the past. History, it means a lot to us, and there's a connection there. This event is historically connected. Not only is it made in the USA, it was made in Las Vegas. And that connection is powerful. I'm also honored to be reintroduced to a lot of people that were part of it. K.J. Howe, Norm Johnson, Mel Larson, names synonymous to Las Vegas during the old school era. We're back. This is going to be a huge impact. I was listening to Councilman Barlow talk about vision, and I was listening to Scott as he's changing gears, showing what's happening, the impact of downtown. And truthfully, we are one gear that will be part of that transmission to move it forward and take it to someplace, hopefully into a better place. Southern Nevada Off-Road Enthusiasts want to thank Oscar Goodman, the councilman, for recognizing this event. It was a logistical nightmare trying to put it back together because we work with the Bureau of Land Management and race in certain areas, and it gets to be a challenge. But nevertheless, we thank all of you. We want to thank Clark County, and they've helped us out a lot, and the city of Las Vegas, obviously, as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, and good luck.
I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Skill, baby. That's how we roll.
All right.
Appreciate
That's
it.
very good.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. For our next item, we'll have a very special presentation from our armed forces. I'd like to ask Captain Dan Still of our City Attorney's Office and Sergeant Paul Worrow with the 426th Civil Affairs Unit, Airborne Special Operations out of Upland, California, to join us. Gentlemen. Hi, Dan. How are you? How are you? Nice seeing you, sir.
Sir, look good. Hi, how are you? Good.
Paul?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, this is an opportunity for us to come and thank the council. The council hounds out a lot of rewards and appreciation certificates, etc. Sergeant Werho and I both deployed. He's getting ready to deploy again on Friday for another year in Iraq. That we were supposed to make this presentation 2 weeks from today, but they were gracious enough to put us on this calendar so that he could be present to make the presentation because I didn't want to do it without him. So it's just an opportunity for us to say thank you for the support that the city council, my boss, Brad Jerbick, has provided to me over the years as we've fought the global war on terrorism. I'm not a lawyer in the Army, so I don't know much about law when it comes to the Army, but I know a lot about a few other things. The most important thing, though, that I want to say about this presentation is that it just means a lot to us when we are deployed, we know we've got the support of y'all on the other end. I had a good friend come back last night from Iraq, a colonel. I was at the airport to meet him, and people were cheering, and it was a wonderful thing. So we appreciate your support, and I'll turn it over to Paul now and give him a chance to explain the award that he's going to make the presentation.
Thank you, Dan. Paul?
Morning, sir, council, and people of Las Vegas. This is a certificate that was made for the city of Las Vegas from the Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force in Afghanistan, and it was signed by Colonel Walter Hurd, who's the 19th Special Forces Group Commander. He relieved the 3rd Special Forces Group Commander that was in theater while I was there. I just want to read it off here. To the City of Las Vegas, in recognition for your support, contribution to the soldiers, sailors, and airmen stationed at the Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force, Afghanistan, your personal contribution represents the resolve, courage, and honor of all Americans during this war against terrorism. We shall never forget, and we shall avenge thee. So,
thank you very much.
I'd like the city to have that.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll tell you this is very interesting. We had a wonderful ceremonial proceeding in these council chambers yesterday where Congresswoman Berkeley joined me in welcoming a group that is providing monies that would have been provided back in World War II from the GI Bill, which are no longer available for those who are returning from the war to the States to receive a college education. And it was so very, very important. There's an $8 million fund that's been established by a gentleman who was a veteran from World War II. And we had 3 of the fellows who returned from overseas who were recipients of the first scholarships, in effect. So the Congresswoman was adamant in saying that this is the federal government's responsibility to take care of you fellows when you do come back after you have put yourselves in harm's way and protected this nation, that we owe it to you to make sure that you come back into society and have all the educational facilities available to you. So this is very special for us, and we thank you very much. Thank you. For our final item this morning, I understand that we have a special guest in the audience, Kim Bush. Where's Kim? There she is. She's with Clark County Commissioner Chip Maxfield's office, and she wanted to talk to us this morning. Kim?
No, Councilman Ross cannot excuse himself. Neither can you, Mayor, or Councilman Brown. Good morning, everybody. I'm Kim Bush, liaison to Commissioner Chip Maxfield, and with me is Janice Redondo, our assistant. Commissioner Maxfield is away today, and Janice and I believe he's running a marathon, so you need to get nervous.
I know what it is.
Mayor and council, we're here again on behalf of Commissioner Maxfield and the Feel Great in 08 campaign. Some of you may be aware that Councilman Ross, Councilman Brown, the mayor, and Commissioner Maxfield weighed in back in January. And so to basically honor those three folks, we are here to present you with a challenge to heighten the emotion and tension in the Feel Great in 08 campaign. And by presenting you with these special donuts, we are here to tell you that we hope you are not the biggest losers. Thank you, and we'll see you at the weigh-in on April 26th.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you. It is awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very nice. Thank you.
I think they're trans fat.
Yeah, they are trans fat. That'll do me a lot of good. That's great. This is terrific. These will be available to everybody in the audience, okay? Let's put the donuts out here so when they come up and they speak, when they leave, if we like them, they can take a donut. Okay? Very good. We'll put these out here. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Orlando, can you open the box, Orlando? Sure. No, to make sure they get one. The record should reflect that the donuts are from Krispy Kreme, and we thank them very much for their largesse here. Okay. We'll go to item number 9. Any items from the morning session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 25 is approval of award of bid Corn Rancho Vegas sewer rehabilitation located in Corn Lane from Decatur Boulevard to Rancho Drive. Institute Form Technology, Inc. Staff has to have that held in abeyance until our April the 2nd, 2008 meeting. Item number 40 is a public hearing abatement vacant abandoned building 236 North Bruce Street. Arlene S. Bolden, staff wants that to be held in abeyance until our April the 2nd, 2008 meeting. Item 41 is report and possible action regarding future City Hall construction. Staff asks that to be stricken. Item 51 is review of a beer wine cooler off-sale license, Saban Soshani, doing business at Bell's Market at 728 West Owens Avenue. Applicants ask that to be held in abeyance until our April the 2nd, 2008 meeting. Item 52 is review of a package license and restricted gaming license, Ashani and Jeris, doing business at Family Food Roman numeral 2, 1602 8th Street. Applicant wants that to be held in abeyance until April the 2nd, 2008 meeting. Item 55 is award of modification number 1 to contract number 040091-CW Assessment Management Group, Inc. Staff asks that to be stricken. Council members, are there any other items at this time we need to bring forward? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion we bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 10 through 39 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? All right, hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion to approve items 10 through 39 with exceptions of 25 with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. In the next book. Thanks. Thanks, Matt. Thank you. Terrific. Item 43 is discussion and possible action regarding a second amendment to exclusive negotiation agreement with Appreciate that, Ms. Bridges.
What's wrong?
Pardon me, we're on 42. For some reason, no, we didn't have a page, but that's okay. 42 is discussion and possible action regarding a disposition and development agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc. and Palmer City Core Union Park Hotel, LLC, to undertake the development of a boutique hotel on parcel G in Union Park, located on a portion of the undeveloped lot, which is north of Bonneville Avenue, east of Grand Central Parkway, south of Ogden Avenue Underpass, and west of the Union Pacific Railroad. This is in Ward 5, and this item is related to Council Item 58.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Barlow.
I would like to request that 58 be heard concurrent with 43, if you don't mind, please.
Not at all. I appreciate that. 58 is R 15, 2008, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution finding the disposition and development agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc. and Palmer City Core Union Park Hotel, LLC, for the acquisition of approximately 3.09 acres of vacant land known as Parcel G within Union Park for the development of a boutique hotel bounded by Grand Central Parkway, Bonneville Avenue, and Union Pacific Railroad in the best interest of the public. Of course, this is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This is an item respecting really the conversion of what we had entered into previously as an exclusive negotiating agreement to an actual disposition and development agreement. You have two items before you, item number 42 and item number 58. 42 is the action to approve the actual disposition and development agreement. Item 58 is what we've referred to as the AB 312 public purpose resolution that we have to enter into when we dispose of real estate and make certain findings for the record as to public purpose. Some of the terms that you are seeing in this disposition and development agreement you've already approved in the E&A previously. Those are things such as the minimum scope of development. They've agreed to build a minimum 371 units. We've agreed to the land sale price. It's 3.09 acres at $72 a square foot, or just under $9.7 million. A $12 per square foot remediation cost cap. We've also added in the development agreement certain provisions such as a schedule of performance that provides a timing under which they would bring this project under development. It really calls for a start of construction approximately 12 months after the start of the Performing Arts Center. This project is prominently featured in the center of Union Park, on Symphony Park, directly across from the proposed Performing Arts Center. So they have a great deal of concern that the Performing Arts Center actually start construction before they start construction on their project. That would then, if you look at the schedule, provide for completion no later than February of 2012. There is a hard money deposit that's already been, there's a deposit already been put in place during the E&A process of just under $250,000. Under this DDA, half of that goes hard if they pull out within the first 120 days. If they decide to move forward after 120 days, after they make certain findings of themselves in terms of going forward, they put another 2.5% up for a total 5% deposit, all of which is non-refundable other than certain conditions in the agreement. The item number 58 gives me reason, since we're taking it up right now, I would like to read into the record really the public purpose of this project. We're selling this site at $72 a square foot. We've recently appraised it, and the appraisals run in a range of $100 to $120 a foot. Now, the reason for that is we entered into an E&A quite some time ago, and time has elapsed, and more recent appraisals have indicated a higher price. So for that reason, we have to make that disclosure on the record for AB 312 purposes. But also for the record, I think it's important to, as part of this resolution, make certain statements regarding the fiscal and economic impact of the project. This project would comprise approximately 350 to 550,000 square feet. As I mentioned, be at least 371 units. It would provide for a total investment or total construction cost of about $300 million. It would create roughly 315 direct jobs, 193 indirect jobs. A total of just over 1,700 construction employees would be working on the site during the 2-year construction period. And the project would generate new RDA tax increment dollars of about $1.5 million a year, actually $1,525,000 per year. So there is a substantial fiscal and economic impact and benefit to the public for entering into this transaction that far outweigh the difference in land value that we've established between what we're selling the land for and what it recently appraised for in the appraised value. I needed to make those findings for the record. With all these considerations, staff does recommend approval. The entire Charlie Palmer team is here, including Mr. Palmer himself, Rick Kaufman, and Doug Lean, and I'm sure they would be glad to answer any questions and provide any information about the project.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Adams before we turn to these gentlemen? All right, gentlemen.
Your Honor, members of the council, thank you very much for having us here today. I want to just break just from a normal presentation on this because I think, more importantly, this transaction needs a lot of thank yous. Starting out with Newland Communities, Rita Brandon and her staff, Scott Adams at OBD and his staff, City Manager's office, and of course Councilman Barlow's office and the Mayor's office. Everybody has been absolutely supportive as we went through this process the last 10 months, and it would not have been here at this point if it hadn't been for all of their hard work. And I think that's very important, and we're all committed to being, in Union Park. I don't know a whole lot more that can be said about the project other than that we're very, very excited. I think right now it's more Mr. Palmer and Mr. Kaufman that need to, we want to say a few words.
Very good. Gentlemen.
I just want to reiterate and echo Doug's remarks and thanking all of you, staff and you all, for all of your support and patience with us as we've gone through our process to move forward. And we're very excited to make the next steps towards making this a reality and look forward to seeing you all at the opening.
Very good.
Thank you.
Mr. Palmer?
Yeah, I would just like to thank everyone for all the hard work. My work really begins once we get the building built and I start cooking. So, Mayor, we'll be there when that time comes.
I'll tell you something. I'm voting against the project because I was back in Washington, D.C. at Mr. Palmer's restaurant there when we were back making a visit with our congressional delegation, and I had a New York steak that had some kind of a rub on it. It was so good that I'm still tasting it. I'm salivating as I'm making this statement here today. And I just asked Mr. Palmer, would he sell me a little bit of this rub so I can have a barbecue for my family? And he said, we don't sell it. I said, do you sell it in the market? He said, well, why would I do that? That nobody would come to my restaurant. And I asked him to provide me just a pinch. And he said that he would, and he hasn't. And so when you see my no vote reflected, that's the reason. I think it's a great project. I think having him in the downtown is a wonderful addition. His name is magical in the culinary arts field, and the project is an exciting one. It's going to be very, very successful. It's going to be really a keystone and a jewel of what we're trying to establish. So I welcome everybody working hard together to make this into a reality. All right. Are there any questions of the gentleman or comments? Okay, may I have a motion, Councilman Barlow, on 42, please?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
I'll defer to...
I just wanted to make a comment to say that the eastern part of Ward 1 is very excited about this restaurant coming in, which includes the area in which you live.
That's correct.
They're very excited.
We are excited. We really are.
Yes, Mayor. I would like to just commend Mr. Palmer as well as Mr. Kaufman and Mr. Lean for a job well done working with the City of Las Vegas. And I must say that, once again, going back to the vision that this council started way before I had an opportunity to sit in the seat and to actually see that vision come to life, specifically as we talk about a restaurant, a signature restaurant and hotel combined. We now have an opportunity very soon to travel right here in our downtown area to partake in a signature restaurant without having to travel through a lot of smoke inside of our gaming institutions and so gaming properties. And I really like that. I really like the idea of being able to take my family to a very quality environment without having to travel through the gaming side. And this is not to take a swipe at the gaming properties, but I believe that to make this city what this council has talked about, a world-class city, this is most definitely one of the key pieces to doing just that. And so I'm excited about it. And needless to say, what's taking place in Union Park, such as the Lou Rubo Brain Institute, the Smith Performing Arts Center, the World Jewelry Center, and all of the other developments that make up this entire Union Park, you most definitely play a very intricate role into the puzzle that we're putting together, which I believe will be a not only a benchmark, but a destination point for us all to come down and enjoy a fabulous dinner, walk across Symphony Park, and go and enjoy a Broadway musical, and back over to your restaurant for dessert. And so where else in the world do you have an opportunity to do that but right here in the entertainment capital? And so for that, my motion will be for approval. Don't worry about the mayor's non-vote, because I believe he's outvoted today on this particular item, but at heart, he's truly a supporter of this because it was due to the mayor's push, due to his bully pulpit, and due to his due diligence that all of this has come together. So for that, my motion would be for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
And it shows that I got a little bit of power, too, to convince the mayor to go from no to yes.
You convinced me, Councilman. Thank you very much.
Mayor, we'll have it over to you soon, that rubber.
Very good. Item 58, please.
Mayor, my motion will be to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you, and good luck to you. Item 43 is discussion and possible action regarding a second amendment to exclusive negotiation agreement with CIM LL Las Vegas LLC for parcels at 4th Street and Stewart Avenue totaling approximately 5.49 acres. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams?
Scott Adams again, Director of the Office of Business Development. What you have before you is an extension of the E&A that you previously entered into on the CIM Group Lady Luck project that really comprises their plans to both redevelop the existing Lady Luck and the block around the post office. I'm going to submit for your information a handout that follows along. There's one for each of you, the presentation that these gentlemen will make today. This is a very ambitious project. We're very excited that the CIM Group has really come in and acquired the interests of the Lady Luck, because they, as you'll see, they have a very ambitious plan to virtually transform this part of downtown. Because this is a very, very complicated project, their investment plans for both the existing Lady Luck and the block around the post office is well over in excess of $1 billion. We do need more time to complete our negotiations with them on this project. So this amendment extends the existing E&A in terms through June 4th of 2008. We thought this would be an appropriate time, though, to disclose to the public and have representatives from CIM walk you through their vision for how they vision transforming this area. And so here representing the CIM Group is Jeff Rosen. Jeff is the project manager that we've been working with in our negotiations on this project to take you through this process and answer any questions that you might have. Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Adams. I think before you begin, Mr. Rosen, allow me the opportunity to state that I was a guest of CIM this past Friday down in the Los Angeles area, and I think it's important for me to state this because what I saw down there when I was with them was so impressive as to their wherewithal to be able to achieve the success of what we're about to see. They showed me property they owned in downtown Los Angeles, prime property, one building after another, developments that they had where they brought in a Ralph's Market, residential, office. Then we went over to the 3rd Street Promenade, which is in Santa Monica, and Mr. Adams has referenced this before. When he visited, it's wall-to-wall people, tremendous energy, tremendous retail, great restaurants. And then we went to Hollywood, and we saw the building that they just purchased where the Academy Awards are shown, and they're going to be making that into a very special place where Cirque du Soleil will have a performance placed in there. And the principals, of which Mr. Rosen is one, are all highly educated, substantial people who are committed to this project. And I just felt that should be placed on the record, so when we hear these representations, it's not going to be airy persiflage. This is the real McCoy. So, Mr. Rosen, we're happy to hear from you.
Thank you, Mayor, and for this kind words, and thank you, Council, and and Scott. We've been working, over the past several months to really come up with the right plan to really revitalize this area of downtown. Both our acquisition of Lady Luck, the incorporating a plan that really makes the Mob Museum the focal point of this area, and then ringing the property with a substantial development of combination retail, additional hotel, and then future office or residential uses. I can walk quickly through sort of our conceptual master plan. Really, again, it's sort of 3 large pieces, and this is why the negotiations have taken a little while to put together the right plan. But as shown on the map, there's sort of in blue, it's what we call Phase 1, which is Lady Luck that CIM is the owner of. We are working through our pre-development, working to open that property on a fairly substantial, not just a renovation, but almost a full-scale development plan to reopen the 650 rooms, but also giving us potential to expand with future hotel towers and a much larger street retail presence, and really make it work from both the gaming perspective, but also from a hotel, resort, and pedestrian activity to really benefit the broader neighborhood. In terms of what's in yellow with the museum, we've really been thrilled with our efforts to date from a collaborative nature with city staff, the museum board, and all of their consultant team in really figuring out the right solutions to deliver a world-class museum operations with all the right facilities at the best cost, but also within the best setting around it. To really change that area, that magnet for downtown. And then the third part in red is really, I guess, the primary part of the DDA, which is what the city's land. And we've come up with a development plan that again is conceptual, but we're considering up to 200,000 square feet of retail around a public plaza, with the opportunity to build 2 high-rise towers on top of that, but scaled back enough so that the museum and the plaza becomes really the focal point and sort of the proper public space for all of downtown. So, any questions?
No, that's very ambitious, but I know you could do it. Are there any questions or comments? Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. I am once again just really excited about what's happening right here in downtown Las Vegas, specifically as it relates to development and redevelopment projects. I understand the economic downturn we're in as a nation, but it's really pleasing to know that a lot of the developments that have been moving here in the downtown continues to move forward. And I too had an opportunity to visit with the CIM group in Los Angeles and visit their projects, I should say, not with them, but with their projects in the downtown Los Angeles area. And it is really exciting as far as the connectivity and the pedestrian and the streetscapes that exist down there. And with that being a signature piece in Los Angeles, I know that what they're bringing to Las Vegas would be a signature that will enhance what it is that we're doing right here in our own downtown. So with that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
Item 44 is discussion and possible action on appeal of work card denial for Michael Peter Lamonaco. Mr. Brown? Detective Weeks? Why don't we hear from Detective Weeks first, and then we'll hear from Mr. Brown and Ms. Pyatt.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Detective Tony Weeks with Special Investigations Section of Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. You have in front of you a report, I believe, on Mr. Lamonaco that lists one charge that he has had, which he is currently on probation for. Other than what's in the report, if you have any additional questions, I'd be happy to answer those. I know there is not a letter, I don't believe there's a letter in there from Mr. Lamonaco's employer. However, I believe she is actually in the audience, and I know that she is in support of his employment.
All right, thank you very much.
Good morning. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing Mr. Lamonaco, whom, as you can see, is present with me as well. Mr. Lamonaco has been a resident of our community since 1967. He's worked at many hotels, including Caesar's Palace, MGM, and the Tropicana. He's also worked in the club business. In 2001, he went to work at the Crazy Horse, and stayed there until 2006. And in 2006, he unfortunately had to plead guilty to a federal offense of failure to pay income taxes. He received 4 years probation. He has just finished his first year of probation and has 3 more years to go. He's very remorseful for what happened. He took responsibility for his activities and pled guilty. And he now, his only experience in the last 40 years has been working in either the club industry or the gaming industry, and both of which he need a work card. His work card expired. When he went to renew it, he was denied. He is 65 years old. He's married for 35 years. He helps support his ill sister, who's 75 years of age. And as you just heard, he's been working now for the past year at Olympic Garden. The owner and general manager, Dolores Eliadis, is present. If necessary, she'd be glad to answer any questions or speak as to his work ethic.
No, I think when Detective Weeks indicated that she's supportive, that's sufficient.
Thank you.
Mr. Lamonaco, would you like to say anything?
Yes. My name is Mike Lamonaco. I live at 8207 Crow Valley. I've been a resident of Las Vegas for 40 years, and this was my first time I had any problem in Las Vegas. I'd like to thank the mayor, and I'd like to thank the council, and I hope to get approved to go back to work. I need to work. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Lamonaco?
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilman Wilson.
More of a question for Detective Weeks. Detective Weeks, I have your report in front of me, and in your report you say what Mr. Lamonaco was arrested and charged with, but you don't say what he was convicted of.
It was the same thing.
Okay, but it's not in your report, so...
I apologize for that. It should say, and convicted for that crime as well.
So he was convicted of the same thing he was charged with?
Yes.
Okay. And then, Mr. Lamonaco, what did you do for your prior employer versus what you're going to be doing for your current employer? About the same kind of job?
Basically, yes, sir.
And what we're talking about as far as a conviction, is this your only conviction in your life, other than traffic tickets, which I don't care about?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any other questions of either the detective or Mr. Lamonaco or his attorney? All right, hearing none, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Mark, we do believe in second chances with this, on this board. We feel like that you are doing your restitution with your employer being here. It does carry weight with this. I would give this consideration with a 1-year review, site-specific at this location.
All right, very good. Is that the motion?
Yes.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman.
45, pardon me. Okay. Very good. Item 45 is a hearing, discussion, and possible action regarding complaint seeking disciplinary action against Wu Guo, doing business as Asian Magic at 1717 South Decatur Boulevard in Las Vegas for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. This is in Ward 1. Mr. Henry?
Good morning, Mayor, Council.
Good morning.
First of all, I'd like to state that pursuant to the direction of the council, we have a court interpreter present. The licensee at the last hearing indicated that he'd be more comfortable if he had someone that could interpret from English to his native language. Having said that, before we begin, I would like to lodge with the clerk proof of notice, or pardon me, proof of service of notice of today's proceeding.
I know. It's not our problem. Excuse me, some council members have brought to my attention that there does not appear to be any interpretation taking place here.
Well, yeah, Your Honor, I'm going to.
Are you the interpreter?
I'm the interpreter.
What's your name?
Alex Young.
Mr. Young, are you interpreting?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm going to because I'm saying very low. Maybe I can speak up a little bit.
No, I don't care, as long as your client, as long as the gentleman understands what's happening, that's all I care about. I don't care whether you speak to him, give him sign language, or, I don't care. As long as he understands. Do you understand what's happening, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go a little slowly, and you'll be able to tell him what the story is, and we'll get through this. All right?
Initially, if I might, Mayor, I would note that we brought a complaint against the licensee who holds a reflexology license for violation of 6.52.040 of the municipal code. He has filed an answer, which I assume is in your backup, and he cites 6.52.030 as a legal defense. So I thought before we went into the evidence that we might address that.
All right, go ahead.
As you can see from 6.52040, which is up on the screen, our municipal code proscribes practicing massage without a license.
By the way, the record should reflect, Mr. Henry, that we don't have his answer.
Pardon me?
I don't have his answer in my file.
Mine shows received by the city clerk February 26th.
I don't have it.
Well,
Mr. Mayor, you're saying in our white file.
Either file.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Either in my backup with the agenda or in the confidential file.
I don't have it either.
perhaps while the clerk's making copies with the indulgence of the council, I can go out of order and just start proving up the facts.
All right.
If that's fine. I call as my first witness, Mr. DiFiore. Would you state your name, please, and spell your last name for the clerk?
My name is Jim DiFiore, D-I-F-I-O-R-E.
And how are you employed, Mr. DiFiore?
I'm employed as the manager of the Business Services Division for Finance and Business Services.
Directing your attention to the complaint for disciplinary action that is before the council, are you familiar with this complaint?
Yes, I am.
On page 1, at line 19 and line 20, it alleges that the respondent, Lugu, doing business as Agent Magic, holds a reflexology establishment license. Is that allegation and that license number correct?
Yes, it is.
And does it, at page 1, lines 21 through 23, there's an allegation that his license indicates that his business is located at 1717 South Decatur Boulevard, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada. Is that correct as well?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
All right.
I would add...
Did you want to cross-examine Mr. DiFiore?
你要不要问他这证的问题？有没有问题问？No question.
All right, then Mr. DiFiore is excused. Your next witness, please.
Bob Cone, C-O-N-E, I believe.
另外这个他们证不是证叫 Bob Cone。 刚才说了半天，就是不是半天，就是他就说你是不是在那边做事，你是不是在第四站？他就这样，没有什么事情。
Would you state your name, please, and spell your last name?
It's Robert Cone, and it's C-O-N-E.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a City of Las Vegas business license officer.
Were you so employed non-duty January 26, 2007, in the afternoon hours around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to be at 1717 South Decatur Boulevard, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada?
Yes.
And was that at the time the location of Fantastic Swap Mart?
Yes, it is.
While you were there, did you observe a business known as Asian Magic?
Yes.
And was Mr. Wu Gu present there?
Yes, he was.
Is he present before the council today?
Yes, he is.
Would you tell the council where he's standing, please?
He's to my right, the second person to my right.
Did you see him engaged in activities that interested you as a licensing officer?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see him doing?
I saw him performing massage on a white male, and that was in a chair-type massage, chair massage, and he was rubbing the man's shoulder and his back.
For how long did you observe him to be rubbing the man's shoulder and back?
I would say it was for about 4 to 5 minutes.
Did you observe whether or not money changed hands?
Yes, I did.
What did you see?
I saw the man get up. Before that, Mr. Wu saw me, knew who I was, and he continued to rub, and then the man got up, got his wallet, and I saw him hand cash to Mr. Wu.
Would you explain to the council why this interested you as a licensing officer, please?
Well, back on November 3rd, 2006, I went with two other licensed officers to the location.
Excuse me, could we just, for the moment, let's stay focused on why this interested you when you observed this conduct on January 26, 2007.
Because there were other problems before.
Let me rephrase my question. When you observed Wu Gu performing a back rub massage on a patron at his business, did you form an opinion whether or not he was engaged in illegal conduct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your opinion as a licensing officer?
He is licensed as a reflexologist that only allows him to touch the ears, hands, and feet of people. And he was touching this white male's shoulder and lower back.
Having observed that for 5 minutes and having seen money change hands, what did you do?
I walked up to him, made sure that the license said he was still a reflexologist, and told him that he was in violation, and I wrote him a citation.
Allow me to show you a document. Does this appear to be a copy of the citation that you wrote?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to lodge this with the clerk, please.
If you would pass it up to me, Ms. Bridges.
As a result of writing that citation, did you have occasion to be in court April 11th, 2007?
Yes.
And would that have been the Las Vegas Municipal Court?
Yes, it was.
Did you observe Wu Gu there?
Yes, I did.
Was his case called?
Yes, it was.
And was it the case involving the citation?
Yes, it was.
And what did you observe happen with Mr. Wu Gu and the municipal court judge?
He pled no contest and was fine.
Allow me to show you a document which appears to be a judgment from the municipal court. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And does this reflect what you observed to happen in court that day?
Yes.
Now, do you see that Ms. Wu Gu is using an interpreter today?
Yes, I do.
On January 26, 2007, when you spoke with him, did you address him in the English language?
Yes, I did.
Did he respond to you in the English language?
Yes.
How long was your conversation?
at least several minutes long.
As a result of that conversation, did you form an opinion whether or not he understood what you were saying to him?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
That he knew what I was saying. That we had no problems, discussion, or communication.
Directing your attention to that court appearance on April 11th, 2007, did the judge communicate with Wugu in English?
Yes.
Did Wugu respond to the judge in English?
Yes.
How long was the conversation back and forth between the judge and Wugu?
I would say several minutes.
And did Wugu address the judge in English?
Yes, he did.
Did he have the services of a court interpreter?
No.
Did you ever hear him ask for a court interpreter?
No.
Did you form an opinion whether or not Wugu understood what the judge was saying to him?
Yes, I saw no problem at all. He knew English.
Now, was the January 26th date your only transaction with Wugu at the Fantastic Swap Mart?
No, it was not.
Had you warned him before or been in the presence of licensed officers who warned him before for violation of the massage ordinance?
Yes.
Directing your attention to November 3rd, 2006, in the afternoon hours, did you have occasion to be on duty and present at Fantastic Swap Mart?
Yes, I was.
And did you observe Wugu present there?
Yes.
And was he at his business there?
Yes.
Did he have employees that appeared to be working for him at his business?
Yes, he did.
Did you see him or an employee in his presence engage in conduct that interested you as a licensing officer?
No, we did not see massage at that time. No.
All right. Were you there with Officer Mike Flynn and Lon Grassmith?
Yes, I was.
Was there a conversation with Mr. Wugu?
Yes.
And who, if you recall, spoke with Mr. Wugu?
Yes.
Who was it that spoke with him, if you recall?
Both Mike Flynn and Senior License Officer Grassmith spoke to him.
Did they address him in the English language?
Yes.
Did he respond in the English language?
Yes.
Did you form an opinion whether or not he understood what was being said to him?
Yes, he understood.
And what was being said to him?
We were telling him he had signs posted that said massage, and we were telling him he could not do massage. Both license officers told him you can't do anything except touch the hands, feet, and ears of people.
Did he acknowledge this?
Yes, he did.
Allow me to direct your attention to December 8th, 2006, in the afternoon hours. Were you on duty and present at Fantastic Swap Mart?
Yes, I was.
Did you observe Wugu at his business?
Yes.
Did you observe one of his employees in his presence engage in conduct that interested you as a licensing officer?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see Mr. Wugu's employee do in Mr. Wugu's presence?
He was massaging a person's back and shoulders.
As a result of observing this, did you have a conversation with Wugu?
Yes, I did.
Did you address him in the English language?
Yes, I did.
Did he respond to you in the English language?
Yes, he did.
Did you form an opinion whether or not he understood you?
Yes, he understood.
What did you tell him on December 8th, 2006, having seen one of his employees in his presence giving a back massage to a customer?
I told him he could not allow an employee of his to do massage, and that they could only touch the ears, feet, and hands of his customers.
And what did he tell you?
He said yes, he knew.
So is it the case that before you cited him on January 26, 2007, he had been warned on November 3rd, 2006, and December 8th, 2006?
Yes.
And both times he acknowledged that he understood the law?
Yes.
Allow me to submit what appears to be, or what has been identified by this witness as a judgment emanating from the municipal court to the clerk.
All right, it's received.
I have no further questions.
Do you have any cross-examination?
你有没有问他的证人有没有话？要问。 有没有话？
有。
Yes， 问了。
他说这个法庭上啊，他说我会讲英文。
He said I spoke English in the court.
在法庭上啊，第一次去的时候吧。
First time I went to the court.
因为什么？就是说，我是会很简单的英文。
I know a little bit English.
所以说那么复杂的问题我处理不了。
Therefore, this complex question I cannot handle.
所以我就要求法庭要翻译。
Therefore, I asked the court to provide me an interpreter.
那么法庭就给我找了翻译，定了第二次。
And then they assigned interpreter to come for the next court day.
第二次去的时候，翻译去了。
And then the interpreter was present at the second time.
去了以后，法庭开庭，法官没跟我说话，只是那个秘书。
The judge did not say anything to me, only the clerk.
跟我说我有两种选择。
The clerk mentioned I have two choices.
一个就是我认罪。
First, I plead guilty.
就罚300块钱。
And then the fine will be $300.
再一个呢，就是我不认罪和那个 city 和这个管理部门打官司。
So the second choice, I have to have a fight with the city license department.
但是有可能就是1000块钱的，这个好像这个意思就是说那个如果打输了什么，有可能是罚1000块钱。
Well, if possible, the outcome will be $1,000 fine.
我当时吧就是选择了就是认罪。
Therefore, I plead guilty.
很简单，我以为就是说有点我承认我那个当时是给那个客人。
Yeah, I admit I massaged the customer's back.
所以说我当时吧就是认罪以后就交了罚款，我觉得这个处罚历史结束了。
Therefore, I paid the fine, and I thought the case was over.
这是当时法庭的情况，和他刚才讲说我在法庭什么又是法官什么和英文对话。
And then what the witness said, I had conversation in English with the judge. It wasn't true.
All right, is that it?
是不是这样子? Yes.
All right, may I see, Ms. Bridges, may I see the court document, please? And I have a question. Is the business located at the discount in the flea market out there? It's an area that's fully visible to everybody? And were any of the clients or patients of the gentleman undressed? So basically, the activity takes place when somebody is fully clothed in the open, and that's when you saw him perform the massage.
That's correct, sir.
This is very interesting because this document reflects a Chinese interpreter ordered. When I talk about this document, this is the judgment, and it says that the Chinese interpreter apparently was ordered, and 11. Apparently, he appeared, at least if this document speaks for itself, he appeared for an arraignment on January 26th, where he moved for a continuance, and then it was continued until ultimately he appeared on April the 11th, where he pled nolo contendere, but at the same time it indicates that he
他说上面的文件上面讲。
asked for a Chinese interpreter, and the same was ordered, so I really don't know what happened here, to be quite frank with you.
I wasn't present, and that's why when I met with the witness, I asked him about what was going on in court, what he'd observed, because he'd been there for the proceedings, and what he told me was consistent with his testimony today.
All right, well, apparently the gentleman stated to us that he did in fact massage the back of one of his customers, and that would appear to be in violation of the strict language of the reflexology ordinance. So I guess that's the state of the record as we consider this today. It appears that...
I'd also submit, Your Honor, if I might, that the answer, which merely bears Wu Gu's signature and does not indicate that it was prepared by anyone else, shows an understanding of the English language, and I would submit...
Well, I'll ask him. Let's not take anything for granted. Who typed this, sir?
这个是谁给你印出来的写的？
哪一个？
Which
Who
document?
prepared and typed this defense to complaint for disciplinary action?
这个是谁给你把它打出来的？
这个我朋友。
My friend.
Who provided the friend with the information?
谁把那资料给你朋友的？
这个。
Yeah.
我。
I did.
Okay, so basically you were telling your friend what to put down in English.
所以你跟你朋友讲用跟他讲，他就把它写成英文是吧？
对。
Yes.
And then after the document was completed, you signed it.
这个文件弄好以后，你就签名是不是？签名。Yes.
Okay.
是不是这一块？
I don't think we can take that as indicative that he speaks English. That's for sure. Yes, Councilman Ross?
If I may, Your Honor, what I see here, and maybe I'm thinking this too simplistically. Here's a guy licensed to do reflexology. He's in the swap meet, out in the open, and he needs to be licensed as a massage therapist. I've spoken with our city attorney's office and Jim DiFiore in business licensing, the director, to find out, is this guy a criminal? Is this a really bad guy? What is the point here? The point is, this fella has chosen to ignore our licensing standards. He needs to be licensed as a massage therapist to do this, and Councilman's nodding her head, as a massage therapist at the Fantastic Swap Meet. And so, whether he can speak English or who wrote this, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody, but I think the idea here is to get this man's attention, the fact that he needs to get a massage therapy license before he does any more business at the swap meet. Am I thinking too simply?
No, that's it. And basically what he says in his answer is he's going to massage school, he's going to take the test, and he's closed down his reflexology business in the meantime.
There you go.
Could I have the overhead, please? It's not working. Would the clerk pass this up for the council? Apropos to what Councilman Ross just said, although he was cited on January 26, 2007, and pled on April 11th, November of this year, he's advertising that he performs massages. So this is an effort to try to get his attention.
Well, I think his attention is gotten.
All right.
Mayor Goodman, Mayor.
Yes.
A couple questions, if you don't mind, Mr. Henry. He has one conviction for this offense, or this conduct, is that right? In your complaint for discipline on page 4, you reference as a result of these convictions. There's only one conviction.
That's correct. It should be.
Why did it take 1 year for the city attorney to bring, a little less than 1 year, a complaint for discipline? The man was convicted in whatever month that was. April of 07. Why are we here in March of 08 with a complaint for discipline? If somebody pleads guilty to a violation of a municipal code, which directly affects his license, why does it take the city attorney's office so long to bring it before the council?
We received the submission from the Department of Finance in November of 2007.
Okay, so I think I know who the question is more appropriate for. Mr. DiFiore, can you help us out here?
Yes, Mayor and Councilman Wilson, to answer your question, I believe that I take responsibility for that. There is a lot of demand put on our department for enforcement in these areas, and it wasn't until probably late summertime that I realized that Mr. Guo had pleaded nolo to this offense, and at that time then prepared the documents for submittal to the city attorney's office.
I think what we need to do in the future, perhaps, Mr. Jervik, and I don't know how your office runs, but there was probably a city attorney down in court in April of '07 who saw that somebody pled guilty to a license violation. There should be some communication with your office much more sooner to let business license know that somebody pled guilty and their license should be reviewed. Okay. And then finally, if we take action against this licensee, whether it's a suspension or a revocation, does it have any direct effect on his desire to be relicensed as a massage therapist? I mean, is it still within our discretion, or does it prevent him from obtaining what we all think he really needs, which is a massage therapist license?
The approval of a massage therapy license is at the administrative level. I certainly would weigh the action taken today in my decision on that, but I think the ultimate goal here was for him to be licensed appropriately to do the appropriate work. And, you know, I certainly applaud his efforts to try to get this, but it's taken us this long to get the message across to him that this is what he needed to do.
But if we suspend or revoke, it's not a prohibition.
No, it is not a prohibition.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If I could, Councilman, please. Is he doing business right now?
I haven't seen him. I haven't been in the mart in the last month. The last time I saw was in November when I took this picture.
It says here in his defense to the complaint that he's already closed his business up, so that leads me to believe that he's already gave his license up.
He hasn't surrendered his license.
He closed his business. But he's not doing business anywhere in the city right now, though.
I'm not sure any of us standing here could guarantee you that.
Your Honor, he would like to answer your question. The business was closed.
He's not doing business anywhere in town right now.
你现在没有在其他地方做生意了吧 No.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman.
I just wanted to ask a question in relationship to what Councilman Wilson said. Do we have someone in court all the time when these are heard so that they could give us back the information? Mr. Jervik?
I'm sorry?
Do we have someone in court? As Councilman Wilson said, we probably did. Is there someone every time one of these comes up so that we would then be able to be notified here immediately?
We'll try and create that protocol for you. It has not existed before. What typically happens is a citation will come to the criminal division through either business licensing or through Metro for this type of violation. Sometimes they're negotiated, sometimes there's a trial. Merely processing the 20,000 cases a year that we get in the criminal division is a miracle in and of itself. To create an extra protocol will be a burden. We'll be happy to do it, but in the past we have not
Well,
had
see
that
that,
communication.
the way you answered the question, you nodded your head, it seemed to me that you were saying, yes, we have this. But really, we don't have it.
We don't.
But there might, but if I could just finish, I also understand how overloaded every department is. And maybe you can't do it this way, but there might be another way you could do it where if anything does appear like that, we could be notified immediately from the court. And I don't know, but it might help us as far as saving and being more efficient with time.
What I might toss out, too, is that we should not rely, in my personal opinion, on a criminal conviction to bring a disciplinary complaint. If you rely on the criminal justice system and the timelines that flow from that to take action against a licensee, not necessarily this licensee, but any licensee, you could well have a business open for years before you took action. So in my personal opinion, a complaint that results in a citation should also result simultaneously in a submission to their civil division to take disciplinary action, regardless of whether or not there's a criminal complaint.
Well, if that's the case, and Councilman Wilson feels it should be, is there a way you can get together and we can maybe see the best way to do it?
We can, absolutely.
That's number one. But secondly, it appears to me that what Councilman Ross said is accurate, and that is, plain and simply, he didn't have the right kind of license. Very openly, he defied that. He wasn't hiding it in any way. And then after he was cited, he continued it. So it's just getting the appropriate consequence. It seems to me that he has to, might be to surrender his license, and he says he's already closed, so be closed, and then he can reapply again with the background information as Councilman restated.
That's your motion?
I would make it, yes, but I don't know if I'm the person to make it.
I haven't concluded my presentation.
Sorry.
As you recall, he has a legal defense that I'd like to address. I think he's in... Well, I can't guarantee that he won't go to court on this record. And if... Could I have the PowerPoint, please? Yes. I'm not a great believer in technology, so I did belts and suspenders. In any event, we've charged him under 652-040 for practicing massage without a license. In his answer, he is cited to 652-030 and claims that by virtue of having a reflexology license, he's entitled to do massage. But you will see that at paragraph 4, it reads, reflexologist licensed under the provisions of LVMC Chapter 6.69. If you turn to 6.69.010, under the definitions, you see that reflexology means a method of using the hands, thumbs, or fingers to apply specific pressure to reflex points located in the hands, feet, or ears. So he was not appropriate. He was not practicing reflexology under the laws of the City of Las Vegas, and because of that, he's not entitled to the exclusion at .030 is my point.
All right, does that rest? All right, do you want to put on any defense, sir?
Well, I just put everything on the paper.
All right, fair enough, and the paper's part of the record. We appreciate that. All right, do you have any witnesses you'd like to call?
你有没有这个证人呢？听作证，有没有证人？今天有没有带证人来？证人 ，No.
All right, thank you. I don't think we have a need for argument from the city. Does he have any argument that he'd like to make?
你还有什么辩论的话要讲？好像是对于他们的有什么听你辩论的话有没有？
我不知道。我不知道。
你有没有话头问？你现在有没有话讲？跟对方讲有没有？没有就没有，有就有。No.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, then, Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please?
My motion would be that his license be surrendered, that his business be closed, which he says he already has closed it, and that he take the appropriate training to obtain the massage license and reapply for such.
Councilwoman,
No?
if you look at the complaint, amongst the available penalties, I don't think you can order someone to surrender a license, but you can revoke the license.
Oh, okay, then. Then I would say that we revoke the license instead of say surrender the license. And that his business remain closed until he takes the appropriate training to become a masseur and then obtains the massage license, he can reapply.
All right, that's the motion.
I have
Yes,
a question, real quick. Okay, with this massage license, will he be able to do reflexology?
No, I don't think so. I believe it's a separate license.
You can't decide to finger it.
I guess not. All right, then if this motion passes, it will be forever barred from massaging
就是
fingers.
说你不能再做了，这
All right,
样。
let's vote,
Mr.
please.
Mayor, if you revoke a license, though, can a person reapply for a reflexology license? He could do that too.
Sure.
And we just have to all remember what occurred here today.
That is correct.
Okay.
All right, let's vote, please. Post.
了解。
Motion carries. Thank you, and good luck to you, sir.
走了走了。
And does the interpreter understand what we were saying, that he can, after he obtains the appropriate training, apply for the massage license, and he can then reapply also for the reflexology license?
Yes, I explained to him already. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, the next item is 46, discussion and possible action regarding complaints seeking disciplinary action against Gastroenterology Center of Nevada, 700 Shadow Lane, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada, and Endoscopy Center of Southern Nevada, LLC at 700 Shadow Lane for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. This is in Ward 5. Is there anybody here on behalf of the Gastroenterology Center or the Endoscopy Center? Mr. Brown?
Mayor,
Yes.
as the applicant or their counsel move forward, I have a question for Mr. Jerbick. Mr. Jerbick, I serve as a member of the Southern Nevada Health District and wanted to make sure that I'm in compliance with not only disclosing but having the opportunity to participate in this section of the meeting for clarification.
I don't think there's anything per se about your being a member of that would disqualify you. The only question would be, have you learned of facts that are at issue in this disciplinary proceedings that have already colored your opinion so that you couldn't be fair to the applicant? If it is the case that you are not in possession of facts and have not formed an opinion that would affect your opinion of this complaint, then you may proceed. If it is, on the other hand, you know of facts that would affect your opinion and you have formed one way or the other, then you should disclose and abstain. So ball's back in your court to let me know which one it is.
I appreciate that. I believe that under the information that I currently know, I believe that I will be in a position to be judgmental from a unbiased position.
Your Honor?
You're fine.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
I also need to make the same disclosure. I've been on the health board for the last 12 and a half years. I feel like that I am assigned by the mayor and ratified by my city council to serve on this board, and anything that I learn at this board meeting, I should be able to use at this meeting. I don't feel like there's any conflict at all. I feel like that one job carries over into the other, and if I'm wrong, I'd try to be told about it. I wouldn't even disclose the fact I sit on the health board, but Ricky did. I'm going to have to make that disclosure also, but I feel that it's my duty to ask questions pertaining to what I've learned at the health board.
All right.
I think the only question is, and I think you're correct generally, that simply knowing things from the House board and having a duty to act as a governmental officer on that board is separate from a contested hearing based on allegations and a complaint. I guess the ultimate question would be, if during the course of the hearing you were to learn things that you had not learned at the health board that were contrary to the allegations of the complaint, that for whatever reason supported the applicant.
Absolutely, yes,
could you be fair about that? That's
all right, very good.
I also have to make a disclosure, Your Honor, and I will put it on the record that I disclosed to members of council. I've talked to you individually and to Mr. Brown this morning that my mother was a patient at the endoscopy center during the period of time in question in the complaint. I am only acting as board counsel. I'm not presenting facts for or against the applicant in this. I've given Mr. Brown an opportunity to have me step down. He indicated he's going to talk with Mr. Wright, who is ultimately, I think, going to be representing the endoscopy center. But in any case, I want it on the record. If the council or the applicant has any problem with my participation in this, I will be glad to recuse myself and have another attorney from my office operate as board counsel.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jerbick.
And Your Honor, if you'll hold on one second while I just chat with counsel for a minute.
Certainly.
Mr. Mayor, as we're holding on there, could I just state that I have a sister-in-law who also attended the clinic at that time. She's taken the tests, and there is no problem, but I just want to disclose that.
Thank you very much.
And if someone feels I shouldn't be here, I'll recuse myself.
And, Your Honor, apparently I must disclose also, both my brother, my brother-in-law, and my nephew were all patients of this center also.
All right,
that's
so
for the record.
I'm delighted that the disclosures are being made, and if there's any objection to any of these council members sitting, then we'll hear from Mr. Brown at the appropriate time, and until such time as there is an objection, we'll go forward with the council sitting as a body. Mr. Henry.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Before we proceed, I'd like to lodge with the clerk proof of service of notice of today's proceedings having to do with Gastroenterology Center of Nevada and Endoscopy Center of Southern Nevada, both businesses located at 700 Shadow Lane, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada.
Thank you.
The proposed disciplinary complaint before you recites that on February 29th, administrative action was taken against Gastroenterology Center of Nevada, then referred to as formerly known as Endoscopy Center of Southern Nevada. So you might wonder why the caption of the complaint refers to Gastroenterology Center of Nevada and Endoscopy Center of Southern Nevada, and I'd like to explain that. Endoscopy Center of Southern Nevada was first licensed by business licensing October 9th, 2002. This license was allowed to lapse for non-payment of fees November 15th, 2007. However, on February 29th, 2008, soon after we served the emergency closure order, someone purporting to be an agent of the licensee came into Financial Services Division and tendered payment to make up the business license fees. It's not my position that having done that and the payment having been accepted, that somehow under the laws of the City of Las Vegas that renewed their license. But out of an abundance of caution, I chose to charge that entity. The entity that we believe is licensed is Gastroenterology Center of Nevada, and they applied for their license February 5th, 2002, and got the license, I believe, on February 13, 2002. The gravamen of the proposed disciplinary complaint is set forth in the complaint, and also in Exhibit 1 to the complaint, which is a diagram which was on the Health District website. And I have that up. On my screen, it's illegible. I apologize. I went through 2 run-throughs with IT people.
All right, is that made a part of the record?
It is Exhibit 1
All right, attached
to the complaint.
Attached to the complaint. That's fine. It doesn't have to be on the screen.
All right, but I gave you hard copies in any event. What's alleged is that the licensees who have common ownership were engaged in dangerous medical practice. What they were doing is performing principally colonoscopies, which recall...
I appreciate this. Right now, the complaint once again speaks for itself, Mr. Henry. You've made copies available to us. I think we're here today to set a date for a hearing.
Well, you're also here to approve the complaint.
And approve the complaint. So I move that we approve the complaint. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Let's have a date. Has to be heard within 60 days?
It does.
How soon are you prepared to proceed, Mr. Brown?
We'd like at least 30, Your Honor.
Well, I don't want to give you 30. I want to get this done. This is a matter of great moment for the people of Las Vegas. How soon could you be ready?
Whatever you want, Your Honor. Keep in mind that before this hearing, even probably after your hearing, but before the hearing, this center is not being opened. This address will not be opened.
I understand that, but I think that the public is going to be entitled to have a full and fair hearing before it on these issues. Are a matter of great moment as far as this community is concerned, and I'd like to get it done as soon as possible. Would 14 days be sufficient?
whatever you say, Your Honor. There's just several attorneys involved, and that's why I was saying it, but we'll work, we understand the
All
importance
right,
of
I'd like to do it on a Monday afternoon, April 7th. Let's see what this note says. You're out of town? Would you mind if we... I don't want to wait that long. All right, we'll proceed without... Councilman Ross has a prior commitment, but we're going to proceed without him. April the 7th, we'll set it for a time certain of 1:30 in the afternoon. And Mr. Henry, I'm going to respectfully request that you issue a compulsory process, either in the form of a subpoena or a summons, depending on your discretion, commanding the attendance and the testimony of the principals involved in both the Gastroenterology Center of Nevada as well as the Endoscopy Center of Southern Nevada, to be present at that time and at this place in the City Council chambers. I'm going to ask you to prepare compulsory process to the nursing licensure board so that we can find out what happened with the nurses who I'm advised have been suspended or disbarred or whatever happens to a nurse when they lose their license. I'd like you to have Dr. Sands from the Health District, his assistant, what is the gentleman's name? Brian Labus. I'd like him to be here. I'd like you to ask Dr. Christensen from the Health Board to be here, and any other witnesses that you believe are pertinent so that we can have a full and complete resolution of this at that time.
Very well.
Thank you very much. All right, anything further, gentlemen?
Just for the record, this gentleman with me is Abe Vigil. I'm an attorney here in Las Vegas who's working on this as well, just to make a note.
Okay, welcome to City Council.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Then we'll see you on the 7th, 1:30 on the bottom. Yes, does anybody have a problem with 1 o'clock on the 7th?
1:30?
1 o'clock is fine. 1 o'clock, please.
Okay.
1 o'clock, and that's what the subpoena or the summons commanding their presence and their testimony will reflect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to tell you about the many comments that have come and how much I admired the swiftness that you and Mayor Pro Tem acted in handling the situation.
Thank you. All right, item 47. This item will be trailed to be heard in the afternoon session with item number 76. Item 48 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer wine cooler on-sale license for Perla Tapatia 2, Inc., doing business as Perla Tapatia 2 at 5000 West Charleston Boulevard in Suite D. This is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor and members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicant that we have today has met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this license, and it would be my recommendation for temporary approval subject to our conditions.
Thank you. Folks, would you please identify yourselves?
Maria Leal.
Alfonso Vega.
And Rudy Alvarez, interpreter.
All right, well, we'd be happy to hear from you. You heard what Ms. Meyer says. She's recommending approval.
Oh, no, pues que quiero mi licencia temporal por motivo de que el lugar estaba abierto y la gente requiere del lugar.
Are you the interpreter?
No, I'm the interpreter.
You're the interpreter, okay.
Okay.
Okay. I think they're just saying they want to be open. Is that right?
Sí. Okay.
All right, ask them what their specialty is. We'll give them a free advertisement here.
Mexican food restaurant.
What? But they have to have a specialty.
I'm sorry?
They have to have a specialty. Tamales, tacos, what?
Huarache and seafood.
All right, now you got some free advertising.
Sure.
Very good. Okay, Councilman Tarquini.
Move to approve.
All right,
Move
let's
to
vote.
approve with all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Host? Motion carries. Good luck to you, folks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Item 49 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new burglar alarm service license for National Security Alarms, Inc., doing business as National Security Alarms. Bruce M. Cahill, the president. Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
You're Mr. Cahill.
Bruce Cahill, and
Very good.
I'm here to ask
Right, we'll hear Ms. Meyer first, and then we'll hear from you.
Mayor, members of council, Mr. Cahill has met our criteria to be considered for temporary approval of this license, and that would be my recommendation.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cahill.
Appreciate that, and this is my first time, so I'm pretty nervous.
Don't be nervous.
Okay. We're doing business now in Clark County. We want to get going in the city of Las Vegas and
very good.
Do well and hire people and pay taxes.
That's what we like.
And make money.
That's good. I hope you do all those things.
Thank you.
All right. Councilman Brown wants to know whether that's a New England accent?
Boston.
You got his vote. Okay.
I'd move to follow staff's recommendation, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Council.
Item number 50, discussion and possible action regarding a 90-day review for temporary approval of a psychic art and science license for Helen Adams, doing business as here we go again, Helen Adams at 425 Fremont Street. Oh, boy.
Mayor, members of council, Ms. Adams is here today for her 90-day review on her temporary license. Her license has the following conditions, which I would like to read into the record. They are, 1, that the rates must be posted in a conspicuous place visible to patrons on a sign that's at least 8 by 10 in size with lettering no smaller than 1 inch. If the licensee operates by donation or indirect method of payment, including remuneration that is at the discretion of the customer, the signage shall indicate such to the patron. The rates published shall be the only rates charged, and George Adams is prohibited from being involved in the business. Ms. Adams, we haven't had any complaints or concerns with this location, so my recommendation would be approval of a permanent license subject to these conditions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Meyer. Any questions, Ms. Meyer? All right, Ms. Adams, would you like to be heard?
Everything has been great. Everything's been fine.
Are you better at basketball than you were at football?
I have one title to one mistake. I'm not into football that much. I'm not into sports. I'm a psychic.
What are psychics for, other than to pick ball games?
Well, I'm not into that.
That's what my psychic does. I go to my psychic. Do you know the psychic who is on the 3rd Street Promenade in Santa Monica?
No.
You sure?
Positive.
Because when I was down there with the CIM people, she said, "Hey, Mayor, how are you?" Scared me a little bit. Okay. Any comments or questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I would like to thank Ms. Adams for her doing a great job over there for us. I will make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for a permanent license with all staff conditions.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Item 53 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of a nonprofit club general license, IBPO Elks of the World, doing business as IBPO Elks of the World, Tommy J. Stanton, at 902 West Owens Avenue in Ward 5. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, this is a review of the permanent license for the Elks Lodge at 902 West Owens, and staff has been in touch with Mr. Washington and Mr. McCrory over the last several months, and we have just some minor issues that we have, and I think that we're going to be able to take care of those issues, that being a list of the membership, a copy of the bylaws. We have an employee list that was incomplete, but we're working with the Elks to get those all completed. I can say this, that in calls for service over the last 6 months, there have been 10 calls for service by Metro, and 4 being self-generated, meaning that Metro makes a point to go out there and do a perimeter check. So 6 calls for service is very, very low for this type of a business. However, he has been given warning notices for the violations that we did find. That's where we're at today. One of the concerns that I do want to bring to the council's attention, in a meeting with Bolton Area Command in the last few days, one of the things that Bolton Area Command cautioned us about was the fact that the VFW has limited hours of operation, and their hours of operation are from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and there does seem to be a migration of, I will say, the problems that we were having at the VFW, there seems to be a migration somewhat to the Elks Lodge. And although it hasn't reached the point to where it's become a real problem, it's a caution to the council and a caution to the Elks Lodge that we need to make sure that the Elks Lodge is working with Bolden Area Command so that when the problems do arise, that they're able to have that rapport and have that response from the Bolden Area Command to address these issues.
All right, thank you. Any questions to Mr. DiFiore at this time? Mr. Stanton. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. I'm Al McCrory of the IBPO Elks Lodge, Tommy Day Stanton. This is our fourth appearance before this council, and my understanding, but the concerns of the council at that time, well, among other things, were site suitability. And I submit that we have complied with all the conditions set forth by the council. We've even gone further to initiate some of our own conditions, and some of those conditions will address Mr. DiFiore's concerns. We are issuing members and guest admission cards. We realize the fact that we might have some unsuitable migration from the VFW post to our location. So we are issuing members and guest cards. We are initiating revamping our strict dress codes so we don't have unsavory dress participants in our location. And we also have initiated our surveillance cameras inside and out to curtail any unsavory activity. We're not here to point fingers at anyone, but although there have been some undue restriction placed on us, we ask that these restrictions and conditions have caused Tommy Day Stanton a lot of great financial revenue hardships. The mayor and council members, we are capable of and willing to police ourselves. With that request, we have our hours of operation. We are wishing to have the ability to extend our hours as indicated to increase our financial stability. We ask the council to allow us to provide and begin. We ask the council for a permanent liquor license so that we may consider all our questions, all these questions, and actually generate more revenue for the Tommy Day Stanton Elks Lodge. We further submit that our presence at this location has not precipitated or accelerated any activity that was not there prior to our moving there. We played that with regard to this previous activity. We asked the council to provide us with a permanent liquor license so we can continue to operate.
Thank you, Mr. McCrory. Any questions of the gentleman? All right. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. What are the current hours of operation?
We're currently open at 12 noon to 12 midnight during the week and 1 a.m. on weekends.
What time do you open?
12 noon. We are currently open at 3 p.m. And sometimes on occasions we do open at 12 noon. That's
so
one
as
of the
early as 12 noon
to 12 p.m.
to 12 midnight, Monday through
Sunday through Thursday.
Sunday through Thursday, and 12 noon till 1 a.m.
Friday, Saturday.
Friday and Saturday. Okay. My motion would be, how many reviews have we had at this location?
I believe this is the third review. Now, just to correct Mr. McCrary, this is a permanent license. The council can schedule a review of a permanent license, as we have done many times. I think the limitation the council has is to take any action on a permanent license unless there is a proper forum for disciplinary action and consideration of that by council ahead of time. So we do have a permanent license at this location. The review today is just to give you an update as to what has progressed in the last 6 months.
But our license reads temporary.
It should read a conditional alcoholic beverage license. If not, we can get together afterwards.
Okay, because I was under the impression that they have a permanent
They
liquor
do.
license?
It's a conditional permanent license. The conditions in this case are the limited hours of operation.
Okay, and the hours of operation are from 12 to 12, Sunday through Thursday, and 12 to 1, Friday and Saturday?
That's correct.
Okay. I would like to place a one-year review on this application as we continue to work to clear up a lot of the issues that we have going on in this corridor.
Would that be with the hours of operation that you had just stated?
That's what we currently have today.
That's correct.
Yeah, I would like to keep that in place.
Is that your motion, Councilman?
And that will be my motion.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding a suspension of a temporary massage establishment license for 5 Star Consumers, Inc., doing business as Sunflower Massage at 2127 Paradise Road in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, today the applicant is here on a suspension of a temporary massage establishment license, and this is Mr. Tang, and I believe Mr. Buchanan as his representative. Just a real brief recap of where we're at during this licensing period. On January 16th, 2008, the City Council approved Sunflower Massage for a massage establishment license with Mr. Tang as the operator and owner, with limited hours of operation from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily, with a 6-month review. On February 25th, 2008, Metro Vice conducted an undercover investigation on the business where 3 massage therapists were arrested for prostitution-related offenses. Now, you'll find in your backup a letter from the Lieutenant Robert Wills of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Special Investigations Section, which summarizes the arrests that were taking place on February 25th. One of the individuals that was arrested was a Yu Zhang Wu, who was arrested for aiding and abetting. Ms. Wu has come forward as Mr. Tang's representative as a key employee for this location. So just to let you know, she was arrested for aiding and abetting on that particular day. Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.06, 054 A and B reads as follows. The director shall summarily suspend a applicant's temporary license if any of the reasons stated at Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.02330 through 6.02350 as good cause for disciplining a licensee apply to an applicant or any of its principals. B states the director may summarily suspend an applicant's temporary license if the applicant or any of its principals is in violation of any requirement of this code or other local, state, or federal laws or regulations not covered by the provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.02330 through 6.02350. Also in your backup, you have a letter that I had hand-delivered and served upon the business on March 7th, and the reasons for the suspension of the license. The reasons being of the arrests that were taken and placed by the Metropolitan Police Department vice detectives on February 25th. I also state in the letter that these acts are violations of NRS 201354, which is related to prostitution, and Las Vegas Municipal Code 10.36020, which also relates locally to prostitution-related offenses. Additionally, I assert the business is being conducted in an unlawful, illegal, and impermissible manner, a violation of 6.02330. Council may recall that when we had our first hearing with Mr. Tang, Council had concerns that he was not going to be physically on the site of the massage establishment. At that time, he had a California-based address, and we continued that for, I believe, 2 weeks or 30 days. Mr. Tang met with me, and he did come into my office with a rental agreement for an apartment across the street. And I expressed to the council that that concern of him not being here locally had been diminished. Now, my understanding is that in the month and a half that he has had this massage establishment license, he has not been at the site on a regular basis. In fact, I had heard that he'd only been in Las Vegas 5 days during that 1.5 month period.
Yes.
Again, this is like... I'm sorry. I have concerns about what's happening at these massage establishments, not only in my ward, but all over the city of Las Vegas, and perhaps probably in the county also. We have people accused. What kind of action can we take here today until we find out whether they're convicted or not? There's no sense in wasting any time here going around like this here. I want to know, can we continue the suspension and have them come back after these are eradicated in court one way or the other? Because to me, we have accusations, but we have no proof that they've done anything.
Okay, we do have a detective from the Metropolitan Police Department who is involved in the investigation.
I understand, Mr. DeFleur. All I'm saying is, I'm asking, I guess, Mr. Jerbick, can we do anything with these accusations? I mean, the license is suspended, the business is closed, right?
The business is closed. That is correct.
So if we had some convictions, then we could just take the license, right? My question is, what can we do here today?
I think it's within the discretion of the council, and Mr. Buchanan or Mr. DeFiore can correct me, that you have a variety of options, and one would be, I believe, to continue the suspension until after the criminal case is resolved, recognizing, of course, the criminal case may not resolve this. It may be negotiated. It could be continued for a long period of time. There are a lot of things that could happen. But if that's your desire, I think that's within the scope of your authority.
Well, again, though, we have these type of things going on over the city of Las Vegas, and I don't know whether we need to make examples or what we have to do. I'm tired of playing around with them. If they want to open up a massage establishment in Ward 3, they can open up a massage establishment as such. But all this other stuff, as far as I'm concerned, is going to leave. We're going to take all their licenses, I guess, because I'm mad at it.
All right, well, my feeling is, and we can proceed without going to court and without the criminal matters being resolved based on whatever presentation is being made here today, and that would be my ruling.
That'd be fine.
We're going to
Thank
go
you,
forward.
sir.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Are you basically saying we have proof, even though,
Well, we don't have proof yet, but if Mr. DeFiore is ready to advance proofs, and of course Mr. Buchanan could cross-examine, and then it's going to be up to us to decide whether violation took place.
if he can substantiate what would be considered maybe proof within our backup, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I understand what
Yes.
you're saying. Thank you.
Let's. I'm going to hear from you in a moment. Let Mr. DeFiore finish.
Let me just clarify with the council that this is a temporary license. This does not meet the criteria of proving a case that a permanent license does, meaning that we don't have a disciplinary complaint before us, we don't have a hearing date. On a temporary license, any information or activity that occurs at that establishment could be considered for a suspension and disciplinary action, meaning that it could be revoked.
And that's why it's temporary.
That's why it's temporary, and that's why we're here today. We do have a detective. We do have an individual here with the Metropolitan Police Department that has been highly involved in the investigation on this, so she is available. Detective May is available if you have any questions regarding the letter that you have from the Lieutenant Wells of her division.
Okay. We'll hear from Mr. Buchanan. Let me ask you this first, Mr. Buchanan. Have you received the documentation which was referred to, which would be the March 6, 2008 request for action, and the hand-delivered letter of March the 7th, signed by Mr. DeFiore, addressed to Mr. Tang?
Yes, we just got those in the last day or so.
Okay. I'd be happy to hear from you regarding proceeding today.
Well, whether you know that I'm involved a lot in the defense of these massage parlors, and of course I'm familiar with Ms. May, who's going to testify, Detective May, and it's my contention that these people go in. I listen here all morning to all these uplifting things about new buildings, but it's my contention that Cynthia May and the detectives that go to these places go there with the intent, the specific purpose of closing them down, getting violations. Now, if you go forward today, you'll hear testimony that an officer made some gestures that he interpreted as prostitution or masturbation. and not of any actions by any of the girls that were there, but it's his inference. They go in there with that intense purposes. I would like to have it come before the board only after they go in front of a judge. There's a decision on the case. I know one of the girls went in front of the massage therapy board on this same instant here and was approved. And of course the state does it now rather than the county or city. So I feel that if they don't have a conviction, they can't come in here. I mean, I can't cross-examine, sit down, go through all the motions, objections that I could in court. I mean, you'd throw me out after about 10 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right. But that's why I feel I have such a greater advantage in court to cross-examine these people, to go in and try and get what they want.
I think it's valid. I think that's valid.
I mean, what relative do I have? Let's say that you hear this testimony today. Next week I go to court and they're not guilty. Where am I? I've lost a license. I've lost a temporary license. I've won the case, but I've lost the battle.
Okay, your client is not engaged in business at this time, is that correct?
No, there is a suspension. They've suspended the license. It's not open at this time.
All right, and when are these matters scheduled for court?
Well, I don't believe there's any charges have been filed yet, and I don't think anybody's been found guilty. But I would say if we could have a 30-day continuance and come back in with Mr. Jervik or somebody coming in and giving the status of what any criminal violations. If there are no violations, we would ask, of course, that the license be reinstated.
Mayor Goodman,
Yes.
if you don't mind.
Councilwoman.
2 questions. Number one, Mr. Jervik, can you tell us whether or not your office has received these citations for prosecution and whether or not you've approved them?
I do not know that.
Okay. See, that's something that we should know now. We shouldn't have to ask. And I mean that with respect to you, Mr. Jervik. Secondly, if you ask for a continuance and if this board gives you a continuance, will your client agree that his license will remain in its current condition, which is under suspension?
Well, I don't think it could be any different. I mean, there's no way it could be renewed now since they've suspended it. The only one that could renew it or deny the suspension is this board.
Well, that's my
so
point.
it's going to be closed. The business will not be in operation during that time. But I would like to have the criminal prosecution, and I'd like to come in and say, well, they were all found not guilty. I'd like the license back.
And I think that would be relevant to our decision.
That's correct.
All right, so...
Well, I got to make a quick comment also.
Can I miss, just before you say that, Mr.
No,
Tim, because you're
I just
going
want to
to
think about
summarize it better than I would.
Well,
Okay.
no. Well, I'm just going to say, make a comment about a comment that Mr. Buchanan made about our police department. I don't appreciate you coming here saying that our police department's going out here trying to set these people up. They don't have to.
Well,
not from what the cases I've seen and the people I've had to deal with. They don't have to go in and set them up. They're out there doing what they're alleged to do. And I'm sorry, I disagree with the comment you made. The police department does a great job going out there representing us and trying to do the investigations that help us regulate this type of a business in the city of Las Vegas. Thank you.
Mayor?
Councilwoman.
Well, I just wanted to, because I knew I would dovetail into what he said. I agree with that, and I agree that if you're not doing anything wrong, then, if they come there, they're not going to find anything wrong. They didn't set up the things that we have in our background information that show us that we feel this should not be a continuing operation. And I also feel that granting a license like this, we have responsibilities, and we have citizens who are concerned that come to us all the time about this, that we should not have to do just what the court feels. We can set a higher standard than the court. We don't have to say that we're always going to do what the court says. And I think we have a responsibility to set that higher standard. And I agree that you don't go in there. I made a note when you said that. You can't find anything wrong unless it's there. And if they come in, and I'm sure they came in because of complaints, if they came in, then they found something wrong, that accountability for what went wrong has to belong to the people who were there in the massage parlor. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Mayor Goodman, if you don't mind, I just want to make one other comment. I can't agree with Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Tarkanian anymore. You'll have your chance to cross-examine, whether it's before this body or before a judge. But I don't believe that our Metro Police Department, that doesn't have anything better to do, is going into this man's business to put him out of business. Number two, we have, as I understand it, Mr. Jervik, the legal right to go forward today. There is no requirement for a conviction. There is no requirement other than the city meeting a burden And if we're satisfied that illegal conduct took place, we don't need a conviction. I think that there might be a tone, though, to give you what you want as far as some time. But you could cross-examine these witnesses right here, Mr. Buchanan, right in front of us. You could have your day in court in front of us. We don't need a conviction to go forward. We can go, if the city...
Well, I realize that, but what's my remedy if I go to court next week and they're found not guilty, if in fact they file a complaint, or if they don't file a complaint? Let's say they don't file a complaint at all. So we come back in 30 days, he stands here as an owner of a business. Of course, he's not involved in any of the letter of the 7th. He comes back to business and there's no convictions. Why shouldn't his business continue?
My response is this, is that under the law, we are an administrative body. We don't need a conviction. If we're satisfied based upon the burden that's placed before us, it doesn't matter whether he's convicted. But I will tell you this. I mean, I'm sure that we're listening to what you're saying, and we're probably going to give you the opportunity to do what you want.
Maybe not.
Well, okay, and that'll be the motion, and we'll see what happens.
Well,
but there's two different bodies, is what I'm saying. With two different
if I could, please, Mayor.
Please.
Through you. Could I ask those people from Metro, would they have any problem with us continuing this at this date, or tabling this item, or would you prefer to have it heard today? We need your name also.
Hi, Detective Cynthia May with Metro Special Investigation Section.
I think with the understanding that if we did continue it, it would be suspended, it would stay in the current suspension date.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that if it remained in the suspension status, then I wouldn't be opposed to a 30-day continuance.
Well, and again, I don't feel like that we have to have convictions, but in order for us to send out a message to the industry, I think we need to see what happens in court, and I don't know whether that's going to be 30 days or 60 days. My feeling is I'd like to see this continued until such time that we get some kind of action in court on these 3 citations that was issued at this location.
But Mayor Pro Tem, my position is I don't disagree with what you said as far as continuing it with the expectation that we'll get a resolution in court. However, I would like to continue it to a date, a reasonable date, with the license still under suspension.
That's fine.
And if, in fact, there's not a complaint filed or there's not a resolution in court, we go forward on that date as we would have gone forward today without criminal proceedings having taken place.
And again, I appreciate what our attorney told us. I would hate to see this go to court and have somebody say, well, I'll plead guilty to a lesser lesser charge. I want to satisfy the detective, the Metro, so you feel comfortable if we keep this license suspended and come back within 30 days.
That's correct.
That would be my motion, then, Your Honor.
All right, that's the motion. I know.
That's fine. That's fine.
And if nothing happens, if no complaint is filed, we're going to go forward and dispose of the case in 30 days.
That's it.
What is the date?
April 16th.
April 16th. Can we have a time certain?
I don't think we need it.
No time.
Let's vote, please.
Thank you.
Wait, I just need to ask a question before I vote. This does not mean that our decision rests upon the decision of the court.
That is
because
correct.
we are an administrative body.
That is correct.
We're just giving them a chance to present additional information if they want to.
Right, because he may make an argument that a complaint hasn't even been filed, even though the city's been placed on notice within the 30 days, so why should we find his client responsible for the charge?
And we feel that a complaint would probably be filed within 30 days,
It's up to the
Mr.
city
Chairman.
attorney.
Well, I just got an email on that, Your Honor. Apparently, my office watches Channel 2, and they have sent me an email indicating that complaints are filed and the initial arraignment is scheduled for the 25th of March.
25th of
So
March.
you're not going to have a resolution within 30 days.
Why can't we ask for speedy trial with the agreement of Mr. Buchanan?
Well, we can ask for a speedy trial, but we're talking about a court system that literally has got a 3, 4, 5-month setting for a trial if you ask for a trial. And on somebody who's out of custody, it's not very likely that this is going to be set by our municipal court for a resolution anytime soon. And that's assuming everybody's ready to go on the first day and nobody needs a continuance. I would urge the council, based on what I know right now and what I've informed you, that this should be disconnected from the criminal case because you're not going to have a resolution of the criminal case anytime within the next few months.
Mayor,
Well, I could say that. If they're going to have an arraignment on the 26th in municipal court, I think I could get a trial within 2 weeks.
All right? We'll take
And if we could set it for, say, 3 weeks after the 26th.
That's fine.
We'll come in here with a disposition of the case.
Fine.
And their attorneys will know that.
And then we'll go forward. Yes.
I want to make a comment, Your Honor. I'm not really concerned about the disposition of the case. This industry has been plagued with this issue, always has been and always will be. And I, for one, who sits on this council, I'm only one vote. This industry and anyone involved in this industry should know that they're plagued with this issue and should be playing much higher level than they're playing today. Mr. Buchanan, I have a great deal of respect for you and what you do. But that's not going to change how I feel about this industry or these allegations or anything. Mr. DiFiore has a job to do. Our Metropolitan Police Department has a job to do, and I support them in that endeavor. I want the residents of this city to understand where I'm coming from. I can't speak for the rest of this council. It's inexcusable to have this kind of activity happening in this industry. Mayor Pro Tem said it the best. If you're going to be a massage outfit, be a massage outfit. Nothing else. So I have a very hard time with this, and in all due respect, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm just losing my patience here with all this.
You're allowed to vent.
Legal mumbo jumbo. I mean,
You're allowed to vent.
It's black and white in my mind.
Okay.
I mean, it's right or wrong. That's all there is to it.
Okay, well, let's let the Mayor Pro Tem make a motion, and we'll vote on it.
Mayor, may I comment
Yes,
before Mayor
Councilor
Pro Tem,
Bartlett.
if you don't mind, please?
Not at all.
I asked a question a month or two ago as it relates to the number of massage establishments that have been on our city council agenda. If we really take a look at the number of massage establishments that we look at every council meeting, it raised my eyebrow as to why so many are coming online so quickly. And over the course of those massage parlors coming online, we have at least every other meeting we're addressing some illegal activity at these establishments. And I believe it's an industry that needs to be audited, an industry that needs to be looked at very diligently. I brought it up, I believe, late last year due to a CNN news show that came out in regards to this industry. I believe that there's something really going on, and I believe that, with all due respect, that this council could be possibly played like a yo-yo. And I don't like that. I don't like the imagery or even the sound or even the perception of that at all. And I believe that there's a separation between the disposition of this case that needs to be in place, separate from the allegations that are being made today. Our law enforcement as well as our business license department work very hard on our behalf to bring us the issues in order for us to address. And so for that, I'm going to stand in the gap, even if I have to stand alone, and I'm not going to support this item moving forward from today.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. I wasn't here today.
right.
I feel like that I tried to shorten this up a little bit just because, but I feel like we have a duty as city council members and the mayor and as employees of the city and the police department and Mr. Buchanan, his job. We need to hear it today, I guess. So
All right.
I apologize for delaying it as long as I have.
No problem.
I feel like
Let's go
we
forward.
need to
Mr.
go forward.
DiFiore, you want to call your first witness?
Well, I'm not prepared to call a witness, but I'm going to ask that the council has the report in your backup, and Detective May is very, very familiar with that report. If you have any questions of her, I think the report speaks for itself. However, she can certainly add to it as much as you need to.
Okay, Mr. DiFiore, I would ask you, what was your recommendation going to be today?
The recommendation was going to be to revoke the suspended license, which then denies the permanent license.
Well, just 1 minute before that recommendation. Now, I was noticed here to come here today that I had a right to cross-examine witnesses and see what's going forward. And if they don't have any witnesses and they're going to rely on the report, I mean, how can I cross-examine that report? It's the same thing we are now. I mean, that's what it says, that I'm have an opportunity to come in here, cross-examine witnesses, see what evidence they...
What are you referring to, Mr. Buchanan?
Where the notice that was set on March 7th, at the hearing you shall have the right to call and examine witnesses on your own behalf, cross-examine opposing witnesses, introduce exhibits and evidence relative to the issue of this case, and offer rebuttal evidence to present to the City Council.
Right.
Now, Cynthia May is going to say that this report is the evidence. And I say I have a right to cross-examine those witnesses because of what this officer did when he came in. He wasn't on the massage table doing this. He came in and made some obscene gesture that he interpreted as a request for masturbation. These people don't speak English, and they say no and so forth. But for Cynthia May to come in and say, this report's valid, and I can't cross-examine her because she wasn't there, she wasn't the detective, she wasn't the witness. I mean, I have an opportunity to do that. If you're going to go forward, I would ask that it be continued for a week or whatever, and we come back with witnesses that I have a chance, because I want to show how these deals go down. They come into these locations, the officers make all the insinuations, all the offers, all the gestures that these people don't understand, use words like masturbation, they had never heard that word before, and then say you're guilty, Metro, bingo, gone.
All right, Ms. May, were you personally involved in any of this investigation?
During the operation, I was not present, but after the individuals were taken into custody, then I was responded to the location approximately about 45 minutes later.
All right, and did you do any tests while you were at the location?
Shortly thereafter, we had somebody come out and take some photographs, and I believe it was 2 days later or a day later that we had our ID folks come out and do some testing of the walls.
Okay. Are any of the detectives who were involved in this operation and investigation present here today?
No, sir.
Do you know who they were?
Yes, I do.
Who were they?
It was our graveyard squad, and there was approximately 5 different detectives involved in the operation.
All right. Would you be willing to provide Mr. Buchanan with the names of those?
I know who they are.
Oh, you do?
Sure, they're in the report.
No, they're not.
You're correct, they're not.
So, I'm always correct, as Councilwoman Tarkanian recognizes. I'm a little concerned, to be honest with you. I think that he has a legitimate point of having some bodies here that he could at least ask some questions to, and the report does not have the name of the witnesses.
2 weeks.
He doesn't even, he couldn't even subpoena them himself, recognizing that this is an administrative proceeding and that you were not going to call them. So I think we'll give him 2 weeks. You'll provide the names of the officers who were involved in the various specifics here, and we'll go forward with the hearing in 2 weeks with the understanding that the license will remain suspended. Is that an appropriate decision?
Absolutely.
All right.
May I add, please?
Mr. Mayor, could I ask one thing along with the license, the names of the detectives, could they also submit to me prior to that 2 weeks their police reports that they had in regard to this?
You would be entitled to that in court, sir.
Well, I get that in evidence, but I can't.
I think
city attorney's not the prompt on it.
I think if I'm not going to ask Ms. May to do anything that she can't do readily. I'm sure you have the police reports in your possession, or else we couldn't have this composed. So if you make those available to Mr. Buchanan as well.
I believe what he's going to have to do is he'll have to subpoena the records through the courts.
Well, whatever the procedure is, but we're trying to get this resolved in 2 weeks, so try to make it as easy as possible for him so we could go forward and have this hearing and get it taken care of.
Mayor Goodman,
Yes.
may I please put in my 2 cents? I think we're stuck with this March 7th letter. And Mr. Buchanan says in this letter, he's right, that he's allowed to cross-examine witnesses. For effective cross-examination, he should have the vice detectives' reports themselves, and they're easy to obtain. And if we expect Mr. Buchanan to issue a subpoena, he's not going to be ready in 2 weeks because he may not get these reports for a time after that. So my request would be that you make every effort, detective, to get this probably 1 or 2 page report from 1 or 2 detectives and provide them to Mr. Buchanan forthwith.
But these reports are already generated. I
I
mean,
understand that.
yeah,
they're already in her file.
We know that. They may not be in her file, but they're readily available. We know
Wait,
that.
we got the main man coming down here.
I mean, we have a March 7th letter that gives Mr.
Right,
Buchanan the ability to do so.
I agree with them. That's the reason I say that.
Just a couple.
No, it's okay.
Just a couple of comments. Hi, I'm Sergeant Alexander, Special Investigation Section, and hi, Becky.
We've clashed before.
As Mr. Buchanan knows, he certainly can obtain those records on his client's behalf. He can go through our custodian of records. It's just attorneys, that's how they acquire those. If I could, it'd be nice to just hand them to them, but that would be inappropriate for me to do that, or our detective. As far as the affidavit of arrest, the arrest reports, those are reports that are important for him to have. Do you have those yet?
No, he does not.
They haven't been to court because they've done the arraignment's
No, he
not
does not have. The only
26th.
thing he has, and he got it yesterday because I spoke to Mr. Jervik and told Mr. Jervik to make sure that Mr. Buchanan has at least the 2 pages that we have, so he at least would have something to talk about today, and it was served on him last night.
If I could I ask Sergeant Alexander?
Yes, sir.
How long would it take for you to, how long do you feel like it would take for us to get this, to have your officers here and so that we can go through this? I don't think 2 weeks is going to be enough time. Do you think we can do it in 30 days?
It's hard for me to tell you how long. I'll tell you the process would be, as far as this, Mr. DiFiore can request them to come here. They can be subpoenaed by Mr. Buchanan so that he can speak to them and cross-examine them based upon the information in the reports.
2 weeks would be long enough?
Subpoena records from,
Well, you're talking about 2 things.
You're talking about 2 things, yes.
If you don't mind, Mayor Goodman, it's real easy. Number one, we can have the witnesses here within 2 weeks. The cops are subpoenaed all the time to be in court within 2 weeks. That's easy, assuming they're available and not on vacation. The second issue is getting the records. Now, he can't get the records through normal discovery because the arraignment isn't for another week. So we need to help him out by getting these vice detectives' police reports to him within a day or 2.
Beverly?
Can't you go down to records and
30
get them,
days.
Sergeant Alexander?
No. Number one, that's not my section. That's Vice. That would be handled through the supervisors there. 2, if we have to wait for it to be arraigned, not to put Mr. Jervik on the spot, but that would be something that they need to expedite. 3, Mr. Buchanan has been doing this for a long time. He knows the process. To be quite honest, that's not my concern for Mr. Buchanan. He can take care of that. He knows how to do that. We've had other discussions in state massage board meetings, in county hearing officer meetings, all the time about this, and it goes round and round. He knows what to do. If he would like to subpoena those officers, he can do that through the process. It might take 2 weeks for him to get it. They may not be available. They may be on vacation. You know how that works.
Sergeant Alexander, if I could, Mayor, please.
Yes, please.
I would like to make a motion, if I could, Mr. Honor. I would move to hold this item in abeyance until our 16th meeting of April, and with the license still being suspended.
Right, and in addition, that Metro supply the names of the officers to Mr. Buchanan so he could do whatever he wants to, having those names.
I will do everything I can in that regard. I don't think there's any issue with that. Believe me, Mayor and Council, we want to be here. We want to be here. I wish we could do that right now, but
we didn't.
I see the reasoning behind that, and I wish we could. Believe me, we would love to do that right now. And by the way, I want to thank the members of Council for speaking up for the LVMPD. We have no interest in anything other than trying to protect the public welfare, and you're right, we have a lot of stuff to do. And thank you so much, each one of you. We appreciate that.
And Mr. Buchanan thanks you, too.
Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Jervik just wanted your attention.
I've been trying to jump in here. I apologize. I didn't want to interrupt you all, but we have discovery ready right now in my office. We'll provide it to Mr. Buchanan if he goes over to the criminal division.
That's the way it
right
normally
now.
goes.
He has an early discovery. He gets all the reports, and I have the name of all 4 detectives right here, and I'll be glad to provide the
Could have been
names
an
of the
end of story
detectives
an hour
right
ago.
now.
Okay,
So we
there's a
could-
motion. Let's vote.
Can you tell me again what we're voting on?
Yes, it's a 30-day extension, and we're going to go in 30 days, and Mr. Buchanan's going to have the names.
April 16th.
And the discovery.
But if he already has, if he's going to get the discovery today, why do we have to wait the full 30 days?
he may have to subpoena witnesses and
Just to be sure.
go through that process, and there will be no more continuances. And the license is suspended. All right, let's vote. Post.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
And that will be April 16th,
That's
Yes.
correct.
9 o'clock meeting, 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Not 9 or 9:30.
No, 9 o'clock meeting. No. Okay. Item 56 is R 13-2008, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the agency and Ford Charleston LLC, located at 4 East Charleston Boulevard, to be in compliance with and furtherance of the goals and objectives of the agency. This is in Ward 3, and it's related to Redevelopment Agency Item 4 from earlier this morning. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. Item 56 is a companion resolution to RDA item number 4, and it simply is the routine state-required resolution that you're consenting as the council the actions taken by the RDA and finding those consistent with the redevelopment plan. You'd be doing the same thing on item 57 for that VIP item.
Right.
And by approving these, you're actually making actions you took this morning at the RDA effective.
Very good, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, move to follow staff's recommendation on this item, please.
Very good, let's
With all
vote.
conditions.
Vote, please. Post. Motion carries, thank you. And 57 is R 14-2008, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the agency and Deerport Company LLC and Facilitech Business Interiors LLC, tenant and CVIP participant located at 821 South Main Street, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the agency. This is in Ward 3, and the item is related to Redevelopment Agency Item number 5 earlier today. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, I make a motion for following staff's recommendation for approval of this item, as well as the RDA, and with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 59. I can't find it. 59. Items 59 through 61, bills 2008-3, 2008-15, and 2008-16 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we'll move on to new bills. New bills, item 62, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, April 1, 2008. Could you please read that?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 28-17, an ordinance to repeal and replace cable television service and other video service regulations and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, will you be available on April the 1st?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And Councilman Barlow, will you be available?
Yes, Mayor.
Very good, and you'll be assigned this bill, and thank you. The council is in recess until, let's say, 10 after 1. No, I found no, it's obvious. I understand. Now they will. We're going to have to get coordination.
I'm right behind you.
It should be. Well, we could do that. No, I understand that. No, but I think that there has to be some notification. You'll do what?
With your permission, I'll help you eat donuts.
Go ahead, have a donut, please. Yeah, take them all. Take them all. Take them.
Mazel tov, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mazel tov.
And what about, how's Mom?
She's good. That's, they took the baby. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. We had a long morning calendar, and we're starting pretty much on time. We'll start with item number 63. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 72 and 73 as a GPA 25969 and rezoning 25970 Smoke Ranch Investments, 5.33 acres adjacent to the south side of Smoke Ranch Road, approximately 175 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. Councilman Barles request that be held in advance until our April the 16th, 2008 meeting. Items 77 and 78, special use permit 25270 and site development review 25271, Venture Development Group, Saida Family Trust, 6.05 acres at the northwest corner of Tenaya Way and Sky Point Drive. The applicant has that to be held the applicant has withdrawn that without prejudice. Item 79 is a site development review 25247, Soka Kakea International /USA Nels Trust et al., 1.09 acres at the southeast corner of Charleston and Kalen Drive. The applicant has asked that to be held in advance until our April the 16th, 2008 meeting. Item number 80 is a site development review 25443, Brigio Benitez Buyers Syndicate, 2.84 acres at 1411 Northeastern Avenue. Has been withdrawn without prejudice by the applicant. And 8384 is a modification, 25974, and site development review 25487, Northwest Estates, LLC et al., major modification to the Lone Mountain West Plan on 16.4 acres at the southeast corner of Lone Mountain Road and Pulley Road. Councilman Browns West requested that to be held in advance until our April the 2nd, 2008 meeting. Council members, are there any other items at this time we need to bring forward? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion we bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 64 through 67 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda, items 64 through 67?
Yes, Your Honor, there's no question or comments. I move to approve the consent calendar with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Revote?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The motion carries. Thank you. Items 68 through 71 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an applicant or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Items 68 through 71 are public hearings, which I now declare open, and I will read those into the record and then ask whether anybody wishes to be heard. Item 68 is SUP 26102. The applicant is Metro PCS, the owner is City of North Las Vegas. Request for a special use permit to allow a proposed co-location of antenna on existing 160-foot wireless communication facility, non-stealth design, at 5219 La Concha Drive. This is in Ward 6. 69 is SUP 26246. The applicant is The Hive, owner Melee Pong Holding Company. Request for a major amendment of an approved special use permit to increase the square footage from 5,235 square feet to 8,855 square feet for a tavern, limited establishment of 501 and 503 Fremont Street. This is in Ward 5. Item 70, SUP 26265. The applicant is Smalls LLC. Owner is Village of Centennial Springs Partners LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed gaming establishment, restricted license, in an approved supper club on .19 acres at 7585 Norman Rockwell Lane in Ward 6. 71 is SUP 26267. The applicant is Adam Corrigan, the owner Howard Hughes Corporation. Request for a special use permit for a gaming establishment restricted within an existing pub, bar, and lounge at the northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and Desert Foothills Drive in Ward 2. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on any of these items?
I don't necessarily want to speak on them, but I'm just saying that since you're passing the ball and a bunch and there's no one here from the various people that have their in for their license, and so therefore, since you're passing them in a group, I agree with you all if y'all feel that everything's okay with all conditions. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes, you pass something in a hurry and something slips through the cracks. I hope not. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard?
If I may, Mayor, just to put on the record all these items on your 1+1 agenda, we have in writing from the applicant that they agree to all the conditions.
All right, thank you very much for making that clear. All right, seeing nobody else wants to speak at this time, I'm going to close the public hearings. May I have a motion, please, to approve items 68 through 71?
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion. Yes, Your Honor, make a motion to follow staff and Planning Commission recommendation for approval of these items with all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, my friend.
74.
Thank you. Items 74 and 75. 74 is VAR 25988. The applicant owner is Pecos Partners LLC. Request for variance to allow a residential adjacency setback of 58.5 feet, where 66 feet is required, for a proposed 7,250 square foot general retail development on 2.57 acres on the south side of Owens Avenue, approximately 245 feet west of Pecos Road. This is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 75 is SDR 25991. The applicant owner is Pecos Partners LLC. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 7,250 square foot general retail development on 2.57 acres on the south side of Owens Avenue, approximately 245 feet west of Pecos Road in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name is Susan Gray. I work for Perlman Design Group. Our address is 2230 Corporate Circle in Henderson, Nevada. And I'm here before you today on the project on Owens near Pecos. As you have indicated, we're proposing a 7,250 square foot retail building. It's going to be next to the new Fresh and Easy that was previously approved by your council. Here's a copy of the landscaping plan. As you can see in the staff write-up, we meet all the requirements for landscaping, parking, and so forth. We do have a variance request before you for a residential adjacency variance. You're required to be at 66 feet, and we're at 58.5 feet. And as you can see by my exhibit, there's just this one corner of the building that encroaches into the residential setback. These are our colors and materials, and as you stated, the Planning Commission does recommend approval, and I would also recommend that you approve this project, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right, it's a public hearing. Do you want to be heard, sir?
Yes. My name is Hodges. You have planning and staff. There I go again. Planning and staff seem to be at odds with each other, so I know the decision is yours. But, 74 and 75 they're related, I know, but when you have a disagreement between the two, that means you all have to take an extra good look at it before you make your vote, right?
We always take a good look at it, Mr. Hodges.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, anybody else want to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I have met with the applicant. I certainly agree with most what they're trying to do down there. On the variance, I'll ask staff. I want to condition it such that they're talking about having a drive-through coffee shop or whatever. I know that there's a lot of new equipment out there. I just want it on the record that if we have any complaints from the loudspeaker, that we can go to them, and I think that'd probably be on the site development review. Would
I'm
probably be
sorry?
on the site development review rather than the variance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on the variance, Your Honor, on item, the 25988, I make a motion for approval of all staff conditions.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries.
And on 75, I would just, maybe we don't have to have a condition, just, if we do have a problem with the loudspeaker, that we will address that. There's
That's
supposed
not
to be a lot of landscaping and buffering. I don't think there'll be a problem. We are fairly close to residential to the west and to the south. So if we do have any problems, I'd just like to be able to contact your office and have something done about it.
Not a problem.
Thank you. With that on the record, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval of all conditions as amended.
Very good. Let's vote. Post, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Susan.
Item 76, and from this morning's calendar, item 47. 76 is SUP 25955. The applicant is Convenience Superstore. The owner is Red Card LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed packaged liquor off-sale establishment in conjunction with an existing convenience store at 8490 West Cliff Drive. This is in Ward 2. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's going to be a public hearing, which I now declare open. And 47 is discussion and possible action regarding a package license, subject to the provisions of planning codes, Red Card LLC, doing business as Convenience Superstore, 8490 West Cliff Drive, Murray Peterson owner, Ward 2, of course. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, we don't have any concerns with this applicant or this license, so we'll follow the recommendation and the conditions of planning.
Right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm just here on behalf of myself. I'm Murray Peterson, and that is my store. So
Do you know, it's 8.5 years since I've seen it?
I know it is.
Isn't
It's been
that
a long
amazing?
time. It has been a long
Used
time.
to come
since I've
in
seen it.
every single day, and
Yeah.
look
I've seen
what
it a few
happens when
times.
you go down the wrong path.
Well, when exactly. You've done quite well. I'm
talking about my path.
I wouldn't say that.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions, comments? All right, public hearing, folks? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This is Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. Murray, how about just an overview of your business, what kind of business you have operating there, and what you're asking us for?
I purchased a convenience store about a year and a half ago. That was in a great location in town. It was an independent station, used to be a turtle stop. Through the past number of years, I established a relationship with Sinclair Fueling. I continued that relationship in my convenience store. So when I bought the store, I closed it. I completely remodeled it, changed the looks of it, made it a much cleaner, nicer place. We put in a post office in there. I'm a certified mail receiving agent, approved by the United States Post Office to ship packages. We are a Sinclair distributor. We put in an espresso bar, and at this time we're changing that out, adding in a food facility. And we've just done the best we can to be the best store we can be on that corner. We're affiliated with the schools in the area, the churches, anything we can do just to be sort of the type of store that I grew up with. If any of you were in Las Vegas in the old days, White Cross Drug is where I kind of hung out when I was a real little guy, and over here on Las Vegas Boulevard, and that would be Oki probably. And that's kind of what I grew up around, tried to reestablish something like that. We haven't gotten it yet, but we're trying to. So.
Okay.
May I interrupt? I once represented a fellow, now that we're talking about my old life, who had an agreement with the post office, and he was able to sell money orders. And they put a limitation as to the amount of money orders that he could sell out of his post office. Do you have any such thing?
Well, there is such thing. The United States Post Office, if you choose to sell their money order, you are limited to the amount to do it. I have chosen not to sell money orders because of the liability associated with it and the potential. The way you can really get hurt is by somebody embezzling money from you.
Well, that was a good thing, because my client embezzled money from him.
Yes. That's why
it was a wonderful thing, because he had a limitation of, I think, $50,000 on the amount he could sell, and he sold about $750,000, and he was able to pay me, which was very good.
It all comes back to you.
Sorry. I'm sorry, fellas. Sorry.
No, we're not going to do money orders.
Okay, it was a long morning. Senator, watch yourself. It was a long morning. What happened to him? He's still running. Councilor Wilson.
In an aura of seriousness, Murray, I've known you a long time. You're a class act all the way. I know you run a class business. This council is always concerned when we are asked for a special use permit for packaged liquor.
Right.
But I have every confidence in the world you're going to run a first-class business, so I have no qualms whatsoever in moving for approval.
Thank you,
All right,
Steve.
let's vote on that. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Do I have to do another motion?
Yes, on
Yep.
47.
On 47, my motion is for approval as well.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we skip all the way to 81. 81 is GPA 26009. The applicant owner is Bill Park, Tenaya Investments LLC. Request to amend a portion of the Centennial Hills sector plan of the general plan from R, rural density residential, to O, office, on 1.99 acres at the northeast corner of Bill Parr Road and Tenaya Way in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. The public hearing is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Fred Wade, 10,080 West Alta Drive. My esteemed counsel, Mr. Jay Brown, is over at the county, and he's not here.
Well, we will hold that against you.
That's what I figured. So I would like to proceed, though. I spoke with him, and he said...
As long as you waive the fee.
Well, that's what I'm hoping you'll remind him when he comes for our later item.
I assure you of that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Please. We appreciate this opportunity to present this item. This has been, and we originally were going to present a site development review plan. However, we have amended that, and the only thing before the council today is the general plan amendment and the zoning change. And we appreciate the concerns of the neighbors. We've had multiple neighborhood meetings, worked with Councilman Ross's staff, and also the county liaison, because the residents directly to the east and to the north all reside in Clark County. And we feel we've met their needs, and we have some conditions that we would like to agree to on the record that will reflect and relate to our future site design review, which will be appropriate at a later date.
All right, would you state those, please?
Please. First is that we would agree that the buildings would be restricted to operations within the office professional general time frame. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. was what one of the staff had recommended. We have no issue with the time frame there, given that it would be owner-occupied driven. This is not intended to be a for-lease office development. The second condition is that this would be limited to single-story and residential in nature. And the third commitment would be that we would work with the neighbors to vacate a portion of Bill Parr Lane, which goes into the county and abuts the residential neighborhoods. So we're hopeful that the residents will continue to work with us on that, but that will be a future application. And then the final would that we would understand and agree on the record that this is not a commercial designation, it is simply an office professional. And again, we appreciate working with Councilman Ross and his staff and all those who have assisted in this process, and be happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, the public hearing, would anyone like to be heard?
Swerving right to the point. When you have the two, one against the other, staff and the planning, I'm just, as always, I just want you to take a good long look. Thank you.
All right. Would anyone else like to offer us their wisdom? All right. We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you for working with me and my staff and the neighbors around that area. Those RE homes are important to me, although some of them are in the county, and I know you worked very closely with that other liaison from the county. And, Your Honor, that was the one that brought you and Councilman Brown the donuts.
No, you and Councilman Brown the donuts.
So we're fully aware of what you want to do over there.
Thank you.
But those residents are too. And I appreciate these self-imposed conditions that you have mentioned for the record. Now, I normally wouldn't go through with the GPA and the zoning without a site plan.
Correct.
And so I just be mindful of that. Should you, however, in the future economic things change, you decide to flip the property, are you comfortable with also having these conditions recorded on the deed as well with the property, should somebody else pick the parcel up?
Yes, sir.
And Director Wheeler, I believe those self-imposed conditions should be on the zoning item 26010.
If I may, they're just for the record.
Okay.
They're not actual conditions today. They will be entered into the minutes, and when a subsequent site plan comes forward, we will have them before you and the council at that future time.
Thank you very much. And with that, Your Honor, I will follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 81.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 82, please.
And likewise on agenda item 82, follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval and your comments as recorded for the minutes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Very good. Let's vote on that. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks. Okay, 85, 86, 87, 88, and 89. 85 is ZON 25295. The applicant owner, Sahara Investments LLC, request for a rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial to C2 General Commercial on .47 acres adjacent to the north side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 570 feet west of Fairfield Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 86 is SUP 25262. Same applicant owner, request for a special use permit for a 795-foot building in the AO Airport Overlay District, where the height limitation is 175 feet, adjacent to the north side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 375 feet west of Fairfield Avenue. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 87 is SUP 25263. Same applicant owner, request for a special use permit for a proposed mixed-use development adjacent to the north side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 375 feet west of Fairfield Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 88 is SUP 25264. Same applicant owner, request for a special use permit for a proposed non-restricted gaming facility adjacent to the north side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 375 feet west of Fairfield Avenue. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. And 89 is SDR 25261. Same applicant owner, request for site development plan review for proposed 72-story mixed-use development, including a 1,300-room hotel, a 67,800 square foot non-restricted gaming facility, 254,240 square feet of commercial use, and 40 residential condominium units, with a waiver of the Downtown Centennial Plan development standards for the build-to-line requirement on 2.29 acres adjacent to the north side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 375 feet west of Fairfield Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings, which I now declare open. Senator Bryan.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and members of the council.
Is the mic on, Richard? There you go.
Your Honor, thank you, and members of the council. It was nearly 4 years ago that we first appeared before you and asked for the entitlements to build a 41-story structure, a condominium development. At the time, we indicated we thought that if you gave us the opportunity to do so, that this could be a potentially transforming event to enhance the city's entrance on the southern boundary, to ease and mitigate some of the problems that you're having with the blighted area in the community. In that intervening period of time, much has occurred. As you know, the MGM has put together a consortium directly across the street that provides a development for the first time in nearly a half a century since the old El Rancho Hotel, the first of the strip hotels, burned in a tragic fire in 1960. Within the past month, the County of Clark has approved substantial renovation and rehabilitation of the Sahara project. It was our intent at that time to replicate the development that we had with Allure One. In a moment, we'll tell you why we are coming up with a concept which is different, but we think equally exciting. None of what has occurred, Your Honor, and members of the council, could have occurred without the city's support. You, Your Honor, members of the council, of the city attorney's office that's worked with this developer, of the redevelopment agency, Mr. Scott Adams, Margot Wheeler, and others. And so we are here this afternoon together with the developer, Mr. Andy Fonfa, who has appeared before you before, Mr. Stephen Fink. And what we have before you is a project that has been described. It is 71 stories. It is a mixed-use development, which would include hotel units, residential condos, retail, convention, non-restricted gaming. And we think this gives us a very exciting opportunity to enhance the neighborhood and to provide a type of development which previously may not have been possible. In effect, the developments that have occurred in the development community, which we're all very much aware of, has really given us an opportunity to rethink what we wanted to do with that site. And I think what we've come up with, quite frankly, and Mr. Fonfa and his team have done so, is a project which will serve the city and the citizens of this city well. And we're here to respond to any questions that you might have. As has been indicated, Your Honor, staff supports the unanimous support of the City Council. We're not aware of any protesters, but we're here to respond to questions that you and the Council may have.
And I appreciate that, Senator. This morning we had a briefing, and the Council has been going through briefings the entire week on the budget, and we actually had John Restrepo come in yesterday to give us a 101 course on economics, and it was very interesting because he was telling us about depressions and recessions and the money market and subprime and things that we read about in the newspaper that we didn't have a total grasp of until we had the opportunity to ask him some fairly incisive questions. And one of the issues that I'd like to ask you is, do you have your financing in place, or do you have the expectation that you'll be able to get your financing? Because we read that the investment bankers in New York are having difficulty that I have never read about in my lifetime, where companies like Bear Stearns are under the gun, and Carlyle Group under the gun. These are businesses that Mr. Adams and Dr. Selby and myself visit annually in order to gather their interest in downtown Las Vegas. And when we were there about 8 months ago, everything was hunky-dory. I mean, they were masters of the universe. They were in Fat City, and now they're groveling. So could you fill us in on that, please?
Well, I'll try to, but I'm going to defer to Mr. Fonfa or Mr. Fink. That you're quite correct, and none of us are unaware of the fact this is a very challenging investment environment. Profoundly different from what it was 4 years ago, very different from what it was 6 months ago. None of us in our lifetime would have thought one of the financial icons of Wall Street that had a history going back nearly a century, Bear Stearns, would be in trouble. A week before the collapse, we were assured that the liquidity was there. And now, as you all know, J.P. Morgan has acquired that interest. So it is a challenging environment. Let me just say first that I think Mr. Fonfa has proved that he's capable of putting together this kind of a project, and I'll defer either to him or to Mr. Fink, whoever would like to address what we think the prospects are for getting the kind of investment capital necessary.
I'm asking the question, gentlemen, basically to learn more than to challenge, because I know how difficult it is out there, and these projects are phenomenal. Allure is great. If you'd start off, Mr. Fonfa, telling us about Allure, where do you stand as far as the sales, the occupancy, and the like?
Well, right now at Allure 1, and I want to thank the mayor and city council for all your support, and we needed it for Allure Phase 1. And currently, I believe we have, out of 432 units, we have about 390 units that are sold.
That's terrific.
Currently, we've closed escrow on about 130 units, and we're closing at about 10 a week right now. Everything looks very good. There has been a little bit of fallout, but not to the kind of extent that other projects have suffered. So we feel very confident this will move forward, and our first tenants started moving in about 2 to 3 weeks ago.
All right, I appreciate that update. How about as far as my question about the potential of funding for the new project?
Well, thankfully, we weren't going for funding a couple of days ago when Bear Stearns went out of business, but timing is everything. And obviously, this is a very difficult environment to move forward in. We're ecstatic that there's $30 billion worth of development on the Strip right now, and we know what that's going to translate into, 100,000 jobs. And Las Vegas, I've been here for 30-some-odd years, and we've always been the first city to come out of a recession, and I think that's what's going to take place. And I foresee by the end of this year, Las Vegas being prospering and things going a lot better. Phase 2 has a number of wealthy investors in the project with me. We feel very confident that as the time proceeds and our plans are completed, that we'll have no difficulty getting our finance to do this beautiful project. You and I talked many years ago about how this is a very strategic location, being the gateway to the city. And as I told you many years ago, I would deliver on my first promise, which was Phase 1.
You did.
And now that the MGM Dubai Kurzna deal is directly across the street from us, we plan to build something very special here, and we're very confident that we'll get it accomplished.
And don't forget, kitty corner to you. Sam Nazarian purchased the Sahara. And,
exactly. Some great things on the North Strip.
I met him, and he says he has some very ambitious plans for the Sahara.
We're not looking for any credit, but we do think that Allure 1 was a big catalyst for the North Strip.
I believe that.
Having so much advancement now and all the Strip hotel properties coming to the north side now. So we feel very confident that we're in a great location, and I think Sahara and Las Vegas Boulevard, as it was many years ago, will become the center of Las Vegas again, and will be the main street. I think the Stratosphere did a lot for the area in that it's going to allow high-rises to be built in this vicinity. And if you look at any major city in the world, and I'm thinking of Hong Kong right away, that the tallest buildings is where the center of any big city is. And I think Sahara and Las Vegas Boulevard will become the center of town.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the Senator, or Mr. Fonta, or Mr. Fink? All right, it's a public hearing, folks.
This is to Senator Bryant. This is in a good way. But the senator, many years ago, me and him met, and he was going into his first term as senator, and Senator Wilson of California, in his second term, gave up his senacy to become the governor of the great state of California. And he asked me, he said, why would your friend do that? And I let him know, 14% of the nation's total population, the richest state in the UN, and so on and so on. And I would give it up to be the governor of that great state myself. And so I just want to let him know I remember that old saying. And whatever their project is, I'm sure they're on top of it. And they have the attitude of these people is that they think positive about everything they're doing. And so if everybody else thought that way, we'll move along on quite a few things. Thank you.
Richard, don't respond, Richard.
I approve.
All right. Don't you dare.
Thank you. No, Your Honor.
Dare respond.
No.
Would anybody else like to be heard?
Your Honor, I've got one question for Mr.
Certainly.
Fonta, if that's all right with you.
Certainly.
What are you going to call this? You got a name for it yet?
We do not have a name yet.
You've got the Allure.
We have some ideas.
You got the Allure, you've got the second tower of the Allure, and then this project. Is that
Allure is one phase now. So Phase 1 is Allure. Phase 2 is an unnamed project at this point.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, seeing nobody, I'll close the public hearing and turn to my Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. This has really been a pleasure for me to work with Senator Bryan and Mr. Fink. This is a very important development in our south side of Las Vegas. I understand we're going to have a meeting with NDOT, though, to see if we can't get a curb cut. We need to get some signalization over on the Sahara for them, too. Anyhow, on the rezoning, 25-295, make a motion for approval with all conditions.
Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries.
And on the special use permit 25-262, make a motion for approval with all conditions.
Let's vote. Post. Motion carries.
And on 87, the special use permit 25-263, I'll follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of this item also with all conditions.
All right, please vote. Post. Motion carries.
And on item 88, again, I'll follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Post.
And on item 89, site development review 25-261.
Motion carries.
Right down there. And site event review 25-261, I'll follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation, and I'll just ask staff to work with them to see how much help we can give them to get their curb cut.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries, and good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, member of the council. Thank you.
Good luck to you. Last book? Okay, good. Okay, we're on our last book. 90 and 91. 90 is VAR 25220. The applicant owner is Hector Camacho. Request for a variance to allow 201 parking spaces where 250 spaces are required on 3.41 acres at the southeast corner of Page Street and Bonanza Road in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. 91 is SDR 25148. The applicant owner is Hector Camacho. Request for a site development plan review to add a proposed 20,400 square foot general retail development to an existing 16,250 square foot auto repair garage, major with waivers of perimeter landscape buffers to allow a 5-foot buffer along a portion of the south property line where 15 feet is required, and a 5-foot buffer along a portion of the east property line where 8 feet is required on a portion of 3.41 acres at the southeast corner of Page Street and Bonanza Road in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Yes, Hector Camacho, 1501 South Maryland Parkway.
Yes, sir. Happy to hear from you.
Okay, I come to see if we can get a waiver because I want to build something nice, something different in the area. It's like a butcher shop with a bakery, deli, and seven different restaurants, like a food court, like at the mall, because I believe in the area you need it, because it's in that part of the town, it's only a few different restaurants, and that one is going to be something unique to have a 7 restaurant under one roof.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any questions of Mr. Camacho? All right, folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard?
I know it says denial on both, but Mr. Hector, his name to me sounds like a... well, is he getting the same look at as everybody else? Because sometimes some of these denials can be a denial within itself. So I don't know what's really going on, but the name Hector sounds pretty strong. I don't know what else is wrong, but let's take another good look at it before you totally condemn it. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard, please? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearings then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Hector might sound very strong, but he's a kitty cat.
Thanks.
I've met with Mr. Camacho on 3 or 4 different projects over the years. When he talks about a food court, he opened up a restaurant down on Eastern and Owens. I thought was just out of sight. It was one of the best Argentina-type restaurants you'll ever see anywhere in America. His food was outstanding. I have had some concerns on his existing project at Page and Bonanza as far as maintaining the landscaping and keeping it clean. But that's something that me and Mr. Camacho have talked about also. I do understand why the Planning Commission, I guess, voted denial on this application, and I can see why staff recommended denial. But I do know Mr. Camacho. I really believe that once this bill that is, and when we gave him the original approval, this was always in back of the plans to develop this other portion of this property. It's going to be connecting. There are going to be cross easements for the parking. You're going to have some businesses that close at 5 o'clock, and you have other restaurant or other business opening up at 5 o'clock. So I don't really feel like there's going to be a problem with the parking. I just hope that there is, because that means Mr. Camacho has been a success. So with that on the record, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval of item number 90, the variance 25-220, with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the site event review 25-148, again, the same record. I do feel like Mr. Camacho is going to build this. You didn't ask him where his financing was, but I'm sure he's got it in place.
He has it in his back pocket, I know, Mr. Camacho.
It's coming.
Black Mountain Bank is pre-approved $2.5 million for the project. And they're waiting for it because look like they're here for business with the situation is now.
Unlike many of your other constituents, Mayor Pro Tem would say the check is in the mail from Salt Lake City.
That's it. Anyhow, Mr. Camacho, thanks for working with me. I look forward to working with you on this new project. I make a motion for approval with all conditions.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 92 is VAR 26243. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Alan Tellis Revocable Trust. Council review of a request for a variance to allow an 8-foot front yard wall where 5 feet is allowed on 1.1 acres of 1500 Rancho Circle. This is in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I had several people, I don't know exactly how many, who called my office and asked about what time this would be on the agenda. And they said they were told by members of my staff that if they arrived by 2, that they would and my staff did not know how many would be, obeyed. So could we wait just another 11 minutes?
What I'll do is I'll take the next matter, and then we'll call this as the last matter.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. No
and I
problem.
don't know if anybody else that's
No
coming
problem.
will come, but
No problem. 93, 94, 95, and 96. 93 is GPA 26004. The applicant is Tenea Azure LLC. The owner is Tenea Azure LLC et al. Request to amend a portion of the Centennial Hills sector plan of the general plan from R, rural density residential, to O, office, on 5.26 acres at the southeast corner of Azure Drive and Tenea Way. It's in Ward 6. And the Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 94 is ZON 26006. The applicant is Tenea Azure LLC. The owner, Tenea Azure LLC et al. Request for rezoning from U, undeveloped, R, rural density residential, general plan designation, to O, office, on 5.26 acres at the southeast corner of Azure Drive and Tenea Way. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 95 is VAR 26369. Same applicant, same owner. Request for a variance to allow a 20-foot front yard setback where 25 feet is required for proposed 5-building, 51,000 square foot professional office development on 5.26 acres at the southeast corner of Azure Drive at Tenea Way. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 96 is SDR 26008. Same applicant, same owner. Request for site development plan review for a proposed 5-building, 51,000 square foot professional office development on 5.26 acres at the southeast corner of Azure Drive at Tenea Way. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings, and I now declare them open. Mr. Brown, I just want to let you know that your client there said that he would represent himself. He did a better job than you would have for him.
And you took my fee.
And I took your fee. I just want you to know that. We're even now.
We're even. J. Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant, and as you know, Fred Wade, principal of the applicant, is present. As the mayor said in the first two items, 93 and 94, we're asking to amend a portion of a general plan and rezone the site to office. There really is no issue. Both staff and the Planning Commission have recommended approval. With regard to the last two items, 95 and 96, I'm going to let Mr. Wade address that. He's been working with the neighbors, with Councilman Ross and his staff, and with the county for literally years, so he knows the whole history here, and I'll let him take the microphone.
Wade.
Thank you. Normally, my partners and I pride ourselves on not asking for waivers, setbacks, or any variances, but in this particular case, the county requirement when this project was approved is 20 feet off of Tenea. The city requirement is 25. We're making up that 5 feet difference in the back next to the neighbors as an additional buffer. So our request was really as an accommodation to the neighbors because it would only force our project closer to them. And so we've met with them and appreciate their support of that waiver as well. And And then the last item on the site design review, one correction, we have reduced the size of this project from 51,000 to 50,000. What are the conditions that both the county, Commissioner Maxfield, and also Councilman Ross have asked us to keep the building size limited to 10,000 feet, which we're in agreement to do. And with that, again, we really thank the neighbors. As Jay indicated, we've been working with them for over 2 years. It's been a great process, and I say great from the standpoint of it was a collaborative effort. This was part of the interlocal. This was approved in the county. We had to annex it into the city, and we've appreciated all the staff help and assistance. The neighbors have welcomed us into their homes, and I appreciate Lynn being here today and her husband. Lynn works at the test site and took time off and drove down to be with us, and we appreciate this process, and with that, we'll answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of either Mr. Brown or Mr. Wade? Folks, a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and Councilman Ross and other council members. As Fred indicated, my name is Lynn Fenstermaker, and my home address is 6075 Starlight Drive. We're the larger property that abuts this property to the east. As Fred indicated, we've been through a very large number of meetings on the various projects that have been proposed for this area. And all of the neighbors east of this project are in agreement that professional offices that are limited somewhere like 7 to 6 or 8 to 5 hours is something that wouldn't be too objectionable. And both Fred and Forrest Farminali have worked with us on conditions such as downlighting and giving us a buffer. Our primary concern, and the reason why I'm here today, is just to make certain that the council is aware of the fact that some of the original proposals included acreage that Mr. Farminali owns. It's 3 1/2 acres here and the 1/2 acre to the north. And originally they wanted to include that in this project. And this is something that we're strongly opposed to in the neighborhood, sort of an all or nothing. We have no problem with the property right along Tenaya going professional office, but we don't want to see interjected is any type of commercial professional office coming into the rural estate neighborhood. If the project wants to expand and they'd like to buy us all out and the whole block goes, that's one thing, but interjecting into the block is something that we weren't comfortable with. So other than that, the gentlemen have been very nice working with us and agreeing to the conditions that we'd like to see on the property. So thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Anybody else?
I just got some questions containing like to the past part. Now, at one time, the county was involved, right? I know you mentioned...
No, you don't do it that way, Mr. Hodge. You ask me and then...
I'm sorry. All right, okay. They say that the county at one time was involved. They mentioned Commissioner Maxfield's, whatever, and then Mr. Ross in Ward 6. What I'm saying is a lot of these projects are taking place kind of like zone changing, Mr. Ross, Councilman. May I ask that question, please?
Councilman.
Is that what it is?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then, well, that's all I had was that particular question. Sorry.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Hodges. That it is a zone change, and a couple of other items. Ms. Fenstermaker, I don't share your exact same sentiments. That, in my opinion, is the line, and the applicant knows that. I'm concerned a great deal about the rest of those homes to the east of this project. The fellow that owns the corner over there, he knows that too, how I feel about the rest of those homes heading down the street. Mr. Way, you've been fabulous working with both the Fenstermakers, the Porters, the Combs family. You did a great job.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that. A lot of meetings.
Quite a few.
And including Kim Bush and Commissioner Maxfield's office being part of that. So with that, Your Honor, I'm going to move for agenda item number 93, the GPA, move to follow staff's and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the rezoning, Your Honor, agenda item number 94, I'm also going to follow staff's and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Please vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And on the variance, Your Honor, agenda item 95, I agree with Mr. Waite in his attempt to keep these buildings closer to the street and away from the homes that are there. I'm going to move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of item 95.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And, Your Honor, on the SDR, agenda item 96, a couple of comments. This was a non-conforming zone change approved by Clark County to allow office after several meetings that Mr. Wade had with the adjacent properties. The conditions, I believe are in the record, and you've agreed to all the conditions. Site plan amended to remove the one parcel that Ms. Fenstermaker had pointed out to the east that was supposed to be an additional parking lot. The site plan should be amended where there's a maximum of 5,000 square feet for this application. Each building should not exceed 10,000 square feet. Building height should not exceed 25 feet. The lighting, Mr. Wade, we talked about, lighting should be directed away from the residential homes. Those are all part of the conditions. I believe you agree to those conditions.
That is correct, yes.
And I think Director Wheeler, did you need to make a comment?
Please,
Yes.
Mayor and Councilman.
Yes.
The, excuse me, the corrections to the conditions, condition number 3 needs to be changed to show that the elevation remains dated December 11th of '07, but the site plan and the landscape plan are now dated March 14th, '08. Also, add the language to condition number 3 that no building shall exceed 10,000 gross square feet and the total gross square feet on the site shall not exceed 50,000. We have a change to condition number 4, section B. The 42 tree is revised to 36 because of the smaller site plan, and then condition 4C can be removed.
You in agreement with that?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
My motion, Your Honor, then is for approval, subject to those conditions and as amended.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries, and good luck to you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
And you can pay him for this appearance.
I will.
Okay, Councilwoman, the time has passed. All right, I'll read item 92 again. VAR 26243, the applicant owner is Alan Tellis Revocable Trust. Council review of a request for a variance to allow an 8-foot front yard wall where 5 feet is allowed on 1.1 acres of 1500 Rancho Circle in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. Before we begin this, I have a disclosure that I have to make. My son Ross owns a piece of property in the Rancho Circle. He apparently signed a petition in opposition to this particular wall being built. I have discussed this with the applicant and told him that I'm going to let him make the call. I don't feel that that situation is going to affect my ability to sit fairly and do what I think is right ultimately on this. But I gave him the choice. If he wants me to abstain and recuse myself, I'll do that. If he has no objection, then I'm going to sit. Your call.
I have no objection, sir. You are allowed to take a vote on this.
Very good. Thank you. Okay.
And, Mr. Mayor, you had told me the applicant also had no concern about me, but I need to check.
That's correct.
I would like to say for the record, I have, you're correct. I will allow you to vote as well, Mr. Arcady.
Okay. I just would like to read in my disclosure, however, if
Please.
I could.
Please.
My daughter does live in the Rancho Circle area. She does not live immediately adjacent to the property in question, but she does reside within the Rancho Circle neighborhood. I have not spoken with her regarding the specifics of this variance, and she has not attempted to lobby me with regard to this proposal. I do not believe that this proposal regarding wall height on one lot will affect the property values within the Rancho Circle neighborhood. If it did, it would not affect my daughter's property to any lesser or greater degree than it would affect any other property owner's property within Rancho Circle. And for these reasons, I do not feel that I have any conflicts and could not vote in good conscience on this item.
All right, very good. So we'll proceed. Be happy to hear from you.
All right. My name is Joseph Miller. I'm a co-trustee on the property at 1500 Rancho Circle. If I might ask, I know you can see there's a very big turnout, and I have kind of a little quick summary I wanted to go over. Maybe I can clarify a lot of questions before they start coming up from all the
Certainly.
people who want to. So if you want to take a sit, I would walk through everything so that everyone is on the same page.
All right, this is your opportunity to make your presentation, and then I'll open up the hearing to the public, and they'll be able to have an opportunity to express themselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thanks for allowing me to speak. What I'd like to do is I'd like to give you a quick summary of what I think the issue is here. Second is give you a number of precedents that has been set in this case. Third is to basically clear up some confusion and then let everyone speak. And I know that our application letter outlines our request and the special circumstances that we face, or we think we face in this development. The property that we're talking about sits in Rancho Circle, and it's unique in the sense that it's a corner property. It's right on the entryway into Rancho Circle. And the way the current house sits is it faces into the circle, and it was built in 1954. I lived in this house for about 3 months trying to see if it was worth renovating or tearing down, and I soon discovered it was almost uninhabitable. So at that point, my partner came to the city and spoke to them about demolition, our possibilities, etc. The city at that point told us that if we tore down the house, to be advised that there's a precedence or presumption that says if you have a corner lot, the shorter portion of the corner lot is considered the front, the longer portion is considered the side. So regardless of how the house sat in the past, we understood it from the city that this is now the front and this is the side yard. That's the presumption. We didn't challenge it. The city said there had never been a variance requested to change that status. We didn't pursue it anymore. We just accepted it as fact. That's what the city said. So having said that...
Would you be kind enough to tell us who at the city advised you of that?
I would have to find out. I do not know that.
Okay.
But I will get to some other things about permits that it was signed off on, and the city's been out there twice. So having said that, we met with an architect, engineers, etc., and had a house designed for this lot. At the same time, I pulled a permit for this wall since it is down the side of my property. That permit was pulled. The city, we went through the same thing with the city again about what's the side, what's the front. The city confirmed that that's right, the planning department, and so we built this wall. Now let me point out a couple things. While we were building that wall, someone in the neighborhood called code enforcement twice. Code enforcement came out and stopped the building. The city confirmed both times we were compliant with the code. We were adhering to the plans that we had submitted, and it allowed us to finish the wall. That wall has been inspected. It's to code and everything else. So in my mind, this wall that has created a lot of interest in the community is not open for discussion. It's to code. It sits back 50 feet off the curb, etc. What we're talking about today is these two things highlighted in yellow. That's what we're seeking a variance for. That's the only thing that I'm here for. A couple points on this wall. I could have built by code, since this is the side of my property, a wall that was just a corridor type wall right down the curb. It's my side property, and I could do that. I elected, knowing the beauty of Rancho Circle, understanding the historical nature of this, and I built a beautiful home 2 blocks away on Pinto Lane. I understand the value of this land, and I wanted to maintain that, and I wanted to build something that was beautiful and architecturally significant. Having said that, what we did was, you can see this wall is staggered. It is not a solid corridor wall. I didn't have to do that. The second thing is, we incorporated a lot of vertical open space. Again, I didn't have to do that, but I want to try to keep the park-like nature of the neighborhood. The third thing is, it sits back anywhere from 4 to 16 feet off the curb, which is add another 5 feet because my property line goes out in the middle of the street. All these are mitigating factors that we tried to make this as palatable as possible. Now, in retrospect, if I knew it was going to cause as much problems, would I have gone down this path? Probably not, but it's too late. I've got architects, engineers, the wall is built. It's too late. And you can see I also have a swimming pool in here. This is my side yard. So I have to have protection. I don't think there's a person in Rancho Circle that's not worried about insurance issues, et cetera, about somebody falling in the pool and getting sued. So we put that up. The last thing, on the front here, I had this front wall set back 50 feet, and then we have a 50 feet to the side wall that we're proposing as well, which all adheres to the city plans. The last thing I want to say on this is the road frontage of my property, of the front yard, is 120 feet. approximately 60 feet of that is covered by this variance. You're going to hear that I'm trying to make this a prison and enclose the whole thing. That's not true. This wall, again, it's not an issue, it's to code. This wall here is 60 feet out of 120. Let's talk about some precedents now. If you go into Rancho Circle, well, here, let me just show you, for those of you that don't know, there's a side view of kind of what the wall looks like now, and I don't know if that's very clear, but you can tell it's staggered. Here's kind of a view when you look in to give you an idea that, I mean, when I talk about a big vertical space, I'm not talking about a tiny space. They're 4 or 5 feet wide, and they're going to have wrought iron in them so that people can see in. In regards to precedents, 725 Rancho Circle has a 10-foot block wall covered in stucco on the entire front of their property, 10 feet. There's no mitigating factors whatsoever. It's just a solid block wall. There's a picture of that. 745 Rancho Circle. It has a 6-foot concrete block wall down the entire front of the property. Again, no mitigating factors. Not trying to make the community pretty, not trying to do anything. It's just a wall. There's a picture of that. 250 Rancho Circle, which is almost directly across the street from me. There is 22 feet of block wall that's about 6.5 feet high. It runs within 6 feet of the curb, parallel to the circle, and it makes a 90-degree turn and goes straight down the property. Again, you can see no mitigating factors. It's just a block wall. No character, no nothing. 1450 Rancho Circle. Starting 6 feet from the curb, they have a 6-foot block wall that starts and goes back down the side of it's their side wall of their property. It's not a front wall, but it's a side wall. It doesn't adhere to the 50 feet setback that's required if you want to follow code. 701 Rancho Circle. 6 feet block wall that starts approximately 6 feet from the curb on both sides of the property with no setback. And these are all pertinent because I'm not asking for anything different than already exists in this community. I want my privacy the same as they want their privacy. To clarify some facts here, I'm not here asking for you guys to give me approval to do this wall. That wall is done. It's been permitted. It's done. It's to code. That's it. That's off the table. Second thing is, the existing house and the garage are going to be demolished. You're going to hear that I'm not going to tear them down. It's, for me, on the record, they're coming down. Third thing is, the new house will face south, just as this picture indicates. Again, you're going to hear things that I'm not doing that. It's on the record. The fourth thing is, this is my primary residence. When it's finished, it's my primary residence. Now keep in mind, I'm an owner-builder, and I did a big house on Pinto Lane. And similar to what a gentleman said here earlier, I would think that the council and the city would encourage people to do development in Ward 1. And I can say that the house I built on Rancho, on Pinto, you may like it, you may not. But it's a beautiful home, and I think to date it's the most expensive home that's ever sold over there outside of a big, large estate that just sold over there that we all know who about a couple months ago, a big multi-acre property. I think it's the most expensive one. And it drove property values up over there because right when we put ours on the market, anybody after that put a house up, the prices all skyrocket. I plan to do the exact same thing in Rancho Circle to build a beautiful, big home and increase the value of everyone's property in there. I want to, in summary, remind you that I won a unanimous decision at Planning Commission, and there was one person who, Ms. Bon Jovi, I'll give her credit, she did show up in protest. She was the only one at that point that showed up. Second thing is, I think that I would like to keep in mind the precedents. I'm not asking for anything that anyone else in this community does not have. The third thing is, my property and one other property is unusual in here in the sense that everyone that comes and goes out of Rancho Circle, I don't care if it's a delivery truck, I don't care if it's a yard service, a pool service, a maid, has to go by my front door. I'm one of 2 properties in the whole community that can say that. No one else, that you can turn the circle and go right, you don't see anybody left. You can turn the circle and go left, you may not see anybody right. But I'm one of 2 properties, they run right by my front door. So having said that, I'd appreciate your serious consideration on this proposal, and I'll open it up now to people I'm sure that have a lot of comments on it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of this gentleman?
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
Just for clarification, to know exactly what we're being asked to do, Mr. Scott, first of all, the gentleman said that what he considers to be his side property is in fact his side property. That wall was constructed with permits, so we're not deciding anything on his current 8-foot wall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Could we go back to that prior drawing? No.
The one with the yellow on it.
The one with the yellow on it. The first
This one here.
The one at the dais, or at the podium. There.
Thank you. Are we only being asked to determine whether or not this is his front yard, or that's also been determined for us?
No, I believe, according to our code, and Margaret could correct me on this, that the shorter side is considered to be the front, and he is requesting a variance of that wall from our normal 5-foot height to I believe, an 8-foot height.
Okay, so that's our sole
If I
decision
may, Mayor and
today.
Councilman, that's correct. The front lot line is set by both Title 18 and Title 19, so that is not at issue either.
Councilman Wilson, could I just ask, because I've asked this before, and I want to be sure I have the right information, was something done or said by staff that they had to go to that way and not be able to keep the front line the way it's been for 50-some years?
If I may.
Because his indication is that he was told he had to go that way.
If I may.
I'd like to make correction. Excuse me, wait.
Okay.
Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you. The lot is merely the physical lot, whether there's a structure on it or not. The lot is, on a corner lot, as this one is determined that the shorter side is the front. Therefore, the front of this lot is the case now and was the case in the past, regardless of whether there's a structure or whatever way it faces. The lot is the lot, if you will, based on Title 18 and 19.
Right, thank you.
Okay, and it doesn't matter if you said it or not. I just wanted to clarify it. Thank you.
And as I understand it, before we hear from those who want to participate, the gentleman would be entitled, without coming to us for any permission, to build a 5-foot wall at this time.
Yes, sir.
So what we're talking about now are 3 feet.
Correct.
So that's the issue. We have framed the issue, as people would say. Okay, we're talking about 3 feet of wall on the front, and that's it. So when people are going to be making their statements, keep in mind that that is what's before us today. 3 additional feet on the front wall.
Would you like me to leave this here, or?
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Mr.
Yes.
Miller?
Yes.
I just, likewise, I guess there's 3 issues that certainly have come to my attention that I think need to be addressed. One is, I'm not sure if we can resolve it, but there certainly has been a breakdown in communication as far as you as a homeowner, builder, developer, and the neighborhood, and possibly amongst staff a little bit. Secondly is the code, Margot, which I'll address to you. And third, I mentioned to one of the neighbors, in a gated community such as this, there's a lot of deference given not only to an individual homeowner, but CC&Rs, which seem to have complicated this whole issue. But as far as the communication, so I understand, because I've heard different stories like you had mentioned on the record. The plan that's on the overhead right now, is that a plan that has been submitted to the city?
It has not. You mean as far as the house?
Yeah.
No, it's with the engineers right now. It's the architects have finished, and I have to finish with, but that is the model.
But you have stated on the record your intent is to demolish the existing home and build
A new home.
nicer than the Pinto one.
Yes, sir.
Those are my words. So during that demolition, and regardless of the outcome here, right now with your existing wall on the circle component and the rebuilding of a new home, just as far as construction traffic, whatever's decided today, I would anticipate you would kind of wait so there's at least an opening to get all that activity on and off the property?
I am open to 2 things on this. And to answer your question, you're right, there has been a breakdown in communication. And I have learned quickly that I can't say something I can't express what I want to do, because by the time it works its way around, literally around the circle, it comes back and it's totally different. So I have stopped basically just because I put out fires all day, and I've got other things to do besides worry about this wall. I have 2 options. Number 1, Our original intent was, and let me tell you why we put this wall up first. When we built this Pinto house, I'm a true owner-builder. It was about a 2 to 3 year project on a big home. And our neighbors on Pinto were very tolerant of a construction site for 2.5 years or 3 years. Even though we had the chain link fence, you could still see in there, and it's a mess. So if we learned anything over there, we learned that probably what we should do is put the wall up first, landscape it, make it look nice outside. What goes on behind the wall, they don't see, and trying to be good neighbors is what we were trying to do, is the attempt. Now, our original plan was, once we got the approval on doing this little section of the wall that we're talking about, the variance, was we were going to come in off this front and tear down the house, haul it all out. That's all we needed. But we have since talked to some people, and if we get this variance, we're going to go in on this side over here and do it off of this back area and tear down. And I know there's concerns about how can they get equipment in there. There was just a backhoe over there 2 days ago pulling out some trees, and if I have to pull down part of this wall to get in there, I will do that. But I've made a commitment that I'm tearing down that house, and I will do that. So it shouldn't be a concern. I mean, a lot of things that you're going to hear, I think, are chafe. I don't know if you're familiar with the word chafe. In the military, when somebody's trying to lock on an airplane, they throw out chafe to throw. It's just issues that it's irrelevant to me, and I'm not trying to be sarcastic. These are things that the engineers and everybody else works out. It shouldn't be decided if I get this wall of how am I going to get equipment behind there.
Chafe is okay. I understand chafe. This isn't our first dance.
Yeah.
Another issue as far as communication, the existing wall, you stated today that you're going to do wrought iron in between the existing openings?
Correct. There will be wrought iron between us, correct.
And is there going to be do you anticipate any landscaping other than, I think one of the pictures had maybe turf or something?
Well, we're still, originally, we had planned to do a beautiful yard. I don't know that that's so, outside the fence, if I should do that now, given the water situation. There will be ground covering out there. Our intent is, if you can see by this picture, this neighborhood, if you've been over there, in the old days there used to be a lot of big elms all around the circle. A lot of them have died off and people have taken them down. Our intent is, between each one of these openings, is to put a big tree just like that one. And there's 2 of the openings now that have big trees, and we want to do that so that there will be big trees. And then there will be ground covering of some nature. I mean, we've been looking at the stuff that they did at Red Rock Casino. We like the way they did it, and we're trying to be water conservation, et cetera.
With the assumption that wall is going to stay, I think a nice landscape corner would go a long way.
And, let me show the council, I'm sorry, just one more thing.
Please.
Just so here is an example. Maybe some of you aren't familiar with the Pinto house, but there is the wall that we put up over there. It's very similar. I mean, it's not the exact same wall. I'm not building the exact same house. But that wall, when it was being built, was an ugly wall as well. I mean, until we got the landscaping done, did the berms, got the trees in, it takes time. And, I'm asking basically for, it's hard to say, trust me, because I don't know these neighbors, but that's what I'm asking them. The finished product I have, and I have 2 other homes in Ward 1. I don't do schlock. I'm an owner-builder, and I'm moving into this house.
Now, is shellac a military term?
No. I'm sorry, that's probably not a politically correct word. I probably shouldn't use it.
That's one of the mayor's terms.
And let me say...
And schlock, you know what it means? Schlock.
Well, I probably shouldn't use it. I apologize. That's not, I don't know if it's...
But one of the things I will say is the neighbors have not questioned, those that spoke to my office have not questioned the quality of the product you built. So believe me, that's not... So let me move aside quicker, but stay, please. The code, so I understand. And it's interesting because my briefing from you, Margot, indicated that this corner lot code indication is a result of our traditional, what we see more traditional building in Las Vegas, where we have 20 homes on a street, and the corner lots, we just designated the shortest one. And you drew me a nice picture. We don't have to draw a picture.
If I may, it's code. But my way too long explanation is by virtue of explaining why in planning history it is that way. But this interpretation is not an interpretation. It is the code in Title 18 and Title 19.
And Mr. Miller made the comment that by code, that he literally could go on the curb line and build an 8-foot wall the entire length?
Of the west side, once he is beyond the setback, which I believe is 35 feet in RE.
Okay.
So beyond 35 feet to the north,
he could put that right on the curb line?
yes, the
Or
8
or any
feet.
developer?
That's correct.
Then, part of our...
The west, on the west, not on the
west.
south.
On the west.
Over here.
Understand.
The side, facing the circle.
And this...
Facing the circle.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I saw a question. I was...
No, that's okay. And then I think we can take this opportunity to take a look at the code, because there's a little bit of a conflict between that, by right, not just for Mr. Miller, anybody that comes in on an unusual lot, and by the development standards in Chapter 1908, the intent of establishing standards for development is, and it goes on to list A, B, C, D, E, to ensure new development will contribute to the overall attractiveness, to increase design compatibility between abutting properties and land uses, and to reinforce a sense of community and preserve the integrity of neighborhoods. Now, there's certainly differing opinions here, but there seems to be, separate from what he's done, there seems to be conflict between someone in Rancho Circle putting 150 feet of 8-foot wall on a curb line and what our intent of our development standards are. And I'm not sure if that is addressed by ordinance or by planning review. This certainly shouldn't be taken in the context of most of the corner lot activity we see.
And my only answer, Mayor and Councilman, is that, and again, I do a bit of planning history, that single-family homes are allowed the greatest latitude. There is the least amount of review on a single-family home, on a single-family lot, because traditionally that is the least amount of standards. There's setbacks and height, and within that, pretty much you do what you like. So you're correct that there is not design review standards on a single-family home such as this, and therefore the question as to whether or not an 8-foot wall on that, what is the side here, is in the best interest of development, or rather architectural standards, can be questioned. But again, in an RE or R1, your single-family homes, you have the least amount of development and design standards.
Oh, and even Mr. Miller's examples of some of the existing, in his words, precedent inside Rancho Circle, they all appeared, and I didn't see every picture in great detail, but they all appeared to have at least 4 to 6 foot setbacks. One may have had a utility box, so I wouldn't count that, but so I guess, Margot, as that, we'll close that chapter there by saying I think we take a look at that to see if there's better definition in our development standards in Chapter 1908, or my next point being, I agree with you wholeheartedly that the city has given great deference to property owners, single-family homeowners especially. And in most cases, in my tenure on the council, we have deferred in not exact similar cases, but pretty close to a neighborhood's CC&Rs. And I'm sure the neighbors will bring that up. Because a lot of times, it's not up to the city to determine front yard, side yard aesthetic value. It's really up to the neighborhood and the association to dictate that. So I think that's there. And the only thing I want to clear up, the final point I'll make in my opening comments is and I'm not sure if it's semantics, the presumption that was made. Would we, the city, I think the presumption was that because although the house had traditionally faced the circle, would we, from a staff perspective, say to anybody, not Mr. Miller, anybody that came in, say, well, we understand that orientations like that, but we want you to create the opening down off the entrance?
If I may, again, Mayor and Councilman, no. Again, what the house does, which way it faces, what its address is, where it takes its driveway, that's entirely up to the property and the homeowner. Again, the land use, if you will, the zoning code speaks to land, merely says where the front and the side are. We're only interested in the lot itself and the way the setbacks are handled.
Okay.
How the house is built is irrelevant.
That's fair enough.
So would it be a fair statement then that the way I frame the issue is the appropriate decision that we have to make, whether he's entitled to 5 feet right now, he's asking for an extra 3 feet, or we're going
Yes,
to give
sir.
it to him?
Exactly correct.
That's
Yes,
what's
sir.
before us today. Okay.
Mhm.
Yes, folks. Please tell us your name, and we'll see how long people go, and hopefully you can limit your remarks to about 3 minutes apiece.
Okay, my name is Vicki
By
Willie.
the way, let me ask this: are any folks here to speak in favor of the project? Okay, then what we're going to do, we're going to use Robert's rules here. We'll hear from this young lady, and then we'll hear somebody in support, then we'll hear somebody against, somebody in support, until we run out of one or the other, and then we'll keep on going with the ones that want to speak. Yes.
Okay. My name is Vicki Willie. I live at 920 Rancho Circle. First of all, I'd like I presented this book yesterday to the council to review, and we would like to have it placed with the clerk to be on record. There is one change in there, and that is on the petition on the 1500 Rancho Circle variance. It has been overnight. There were more signatures opposing this variance, and I have a copy of this for everybody.
Very good. If you'd be kind enough to hand them to the clerk, and we'll make the
I'm sorry.
booklet a part of the record.
Okay, and here's the book. Thank you. I have been asked by the majority of the residents to just represent the circle, and again, I'm hoping that most of you have gone through the book that we gave you yesterday. First of all, it is a representation of many of the houses that sit within the circle today. And as you see, they all face the circle, and they are very open estates. And I'd like to just put those on record here. This is Mrs. McGuire's home. I don't know where I put this. Right there? Okay. Just some of the other homes with some of the way that the open gates are. So these are homeowners that live in the circle, to show you this, just to give you a representation. Then I wanted to make sure that everybody saw the way that this house presently, this is what we are looking at every day and have for over a year of how this property stands today, and we just wanted it to be shown of the trash that remains on this property. We've enclosed in the packet on the petition pages, there's actually 2 petitions, one for the variance and then one for the wall being removed. The variance has been increased to 87% of the homeowners wishing this variance not to be allowed. And we also have Mr. Jim Veltman, who has an opinion letter in the packet, and Mr. Veltman is a city planner, and he does plan on making some statements. I will say that we know that there have been many emotions regarding this property. However, what we wish to clarify is that when a person buys in Rancho Circle, they have acknowledged and agreed to live and abide by the Rancho Circle Association covenants and bylaws. In your packet, pages 24, 25, 26, towards the back, you will find the Certificate of Amendment to the Articles of Incorporation of Rancho Circle Association, dated June 19, 1986. These were recorded with the Secretary of State in July of 1986 and with the clerk in August of 1986. The proper order, we believe that the proper order has not occurred by the owners of 1500 by failure to abide by the covenants and bylaws of Rancho Circle Association, and the variance should be denied and the present wall should be removed. We appreciate your prompt attention to this matter, and we recommend you follow staff recommendation of denial. Thank you.
Now you understand the removal of the existing wall is
I
not
understand.
before us.
We understand that. We just wanted it to be on record today.
All right, that's fair.
Okay.
And Mayor, just for the record,
yes,
if there is some issue with regard to the covenants and restrictions in Rancho Circle, that's something that
That's
would
a
have to
private
occur.
issue.
Correct.
That's correct. That's between the parties.
Okay.
The city does not interject themselves in the conditions that neighborhood associations impose upon themselves,
Okay, and
unless it affects the city directly.
Thank
you. Mr. Feldman. You're welcome to hear you now. You're standing, oh, you're right, I forgot my own rules. Okay, somebody in support of the project, please. Please state your name.
Sharon Greenbaum, 950 Rancho Circle. Good afternoon. It's always surprising to me that all the homeowners could look at this lot for 15 years when it was deserted and an eyesore, but someone comes in and wants to spend a lot of money and upgrade the neighborhood, and now all of a sudden everybody's up in arms. I'm all for it. Anything that increases my property value. These people are lovely people. They've tried to do everything to make everybody happy. But of course, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. And the other thing is, just like he said, when I was here on Valentine's Day, there were 3 of us. 2 for it, one against it. I don't know what's happened in between, but of course no one came and talked to us. Anyway, I'm for it 100%. I think it is a wonderful project. I've seen their Spanish Oaks development. They did a fabulous job. I saw the Pinto property. It's wonderful. We really need this because we have properties in Rancho Circle that need a lot of work, and nothing's happening with them. So I'm very happy to see this take place. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. All right, opposed? Yes.
Jim Veltman, 1601 South Rainbow Boulevard. I am an architect and a planner, and I've been asked by Miss Willie to give some advice on this project. And that's how I became involved. I sit on the Historic Preservation Commission. I've been looking at historic projects for 5 years, some of which we have won and others have been torn down. I also teach planning and land use controls at UNLV, and I teach land use management at UNLV. That's my other job, so to speak. Now, I took a look at Rancho Circle because I used to live just one subdivision west of Rancho Circle. I used to live on Rosemary and Ashworth, just around the corner from Lois's house. And I know this area like the back of my hand, and the thing that concerned me was that this code selection of taking the shorter lot, or the shorter side of the lot, as being the front, would not apply to almost half of the lots along Rancho Circle. Because a lot of the lots along Rancho Circle have the longer dimensions facing the circle. So, this is a somewhat arbitrary selection of the code to get around an idea of using the shorter lot. Now, I would not have selected this size as the front lot. The same thing, we did very similar stuff like this in Tournament Hills, in Eagle Hills, in Summerlin, and the front yard is not always the shorter lot. It is when you have a long, deep lot in a normal subdivision, but this was a custom-designed private subdivision. And I think that's an important point, that the walls that do show up along the circle are extensions of the side yards and are little turnarounds and added walls to the side yard walls. The majority of the houses do not have any wall in front of them and are all open to the circle. The location of the driveway, to me, is going to be the front entrance. It's going to be a traffic problem, but not of a significant nature. It would be, a traffic problem for the residents that come in, and the only other lot that faces that entrance drive is 1,600, which is the one that has no choice but to do that. So I would concentrate on the fact that, A, the builder-developer has not followed the CCNRs, has not informed the residents of what he's going to do, and B, there are differences of opinion on the shorter lot being the front yard. And I think that is subject to interpretation.
Right.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And I propose that you take staff recommendation and deny the variance.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody for the project? Please state your name.
Richie Klein, 840 Rancho Circle, Las Vegas. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I urge all of you to pass this, and the reason why is this property sat vacant for 15 years. We have a couple that are going to spend millions of dollars improving the neighborhood, and if they want an 8-foot wall or a 5-foot wall, I think we should give them the 8-foot wall. They're the ones spending the money. The neighborhood's not spending the money. The neighborhood has been up in arms because of the 8-foot sidewall. And everybody's been told that's illegal, they didn't have a permit, blah, blah, blah. And that's been really rising up of the neighborhood, if the bottom line is. Other things are the power pole that feeds the Gates community and the security gate is on their property. They've agreed if they have the variance, they will leave that there. If not, they'll take it off and there'll be no security. There'll be no more gates. There'll be no more nothing. These people don't understand that. They just say yes, 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 yes. I don't know these guys from Adam. I didn't meet them till they were building the front wall there, so it's not like we go back a long time. Bottom line is, as an American, I think I've got to say so, and I just think these people are getting shafted. So I urge you all to vote for it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Against, please. Against?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Jean Georges. My address is 701 Rancho Circle. I think you've all been in town long enough that you know the nature and the integrity of Rancho Circle. Almost every lawn in almost every front yard in that area is open and spacious. And we also have a concern with the backup of traffic should there be large vehicles for demolition and reconstruction in that very narrow area that is our only ingress and egress. Traffic trying to come in the area would more than likely be backed up on Rancho Drive, which is definitely not a good thing. I have just a couple of statements I want to make that are factual, but they will show that there is some emotion behind all of this. At the annual homeowners meeting on August 12th, 2007, unsolicited and not having been on the agenda, Mr. Sandy Miller approached Mrs. Ralph Linton and me and said that he was a partner who was going to construct a temporary wall around his property at 1500. Miss Linton and I both thanked him very much and said we appreciated his consideration for the neighborhood because he said he didn't want us to have to look at the construction that was going on. What he built was not a temporary wall. We expected something on the order of green mesh or whatever, like it's around some of the Pinto property that someone just recently purchased. It turned out to be this 8-foot wall with the facade on it. But it was definitely not temporary, and he does not intend to tear it down. This, as you can understand, caused much distress and distrust in the neighborhood. At a later date, in a phone conversation with me, Mr. Miller said he wanted to put up a high wall on property he and his partner remodeled on Pinto, and that there were protests from angry neighbors. And there was a lawsuit over that construction of the wall, but he said he and his partner prevailed and the wall went up. In my opinion, this was an attempt at intimidation. Mrs. Litton had also told me that Mr. Miller had approached her and said that there was a disagreement over the wall on Pinto, but that they prevailed. Again, in my opinion, this was an attempt at intimidation. Mrs. Litton is here today in the audience, should you like to verify that. So I respectfully request that you deny this request for variance.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, anybody for the project? All right, seeing none, against?
I want to speak on the whole project for a second.
Well,
I want to be last.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Bon Jovi, and I live at 1450 Rancho Circle, which is directly across the circle from this property. And with these guys, I think they've gone about things a little bit sneaky. I'm just going to give you a background of how things have come about to the point that they are. I don't know where I can put this so you can see that up there. But Mr. Miller, when he was just up here, he was trying to show precedent that there were two other properties in the circle that had the tall front wall fences. One of them is here. It's 725 Rancho Circle. They have a tall wall across the front of their property here. And the reason being is because the front of their property fronts the back of the two properties right across the street. And then Mr. Klein's house, the previous owner, DeFrancisco, had built a two-story guest house there that the previous owners here were concerned about people looking down into their yard. So that's how they were able to build that fence. They are not facing other properties there. The other property he referenced, 745 Rancho Circle, he's referencing a fence along the side of their property. This fence also, on the other side of the street, is the back of these properties over here. All of these properties face the circle. This is their back walls. So those two properties, I don't think, are similar to theirs. And some of the hard feelings that have come about is when these gentlemen started building the wall that exists now on the west side of the property. They told some of the homeowners that it was going to be a temporary wall. And in fact, it has not been a temporary wall, and I think that was a way for them to just kind of slide it past us. That's the way I feel, and I'm sure a couple of the other neighbors do. Slide us past us that, okay, it's okay for them to put the fence up there. But in reviewing the zoning, Title 18.04.310, that does designate the smaller length or smaller portion of the lot as the front, except in exceptional circumstances when the planning director, Ms. Wheeler, would have a say-so as to determining which was the front. Now, I know this is not the issue at hand right now, but we are upset about this fence they put along the front of the circle for all the rest of the properties. But I know it is the variance here that is up, and I am strongly against it.
Now, I ask you this. Are you strongly against it because you felt you were deceived as a result of the wall on the western part of the property, or are you strongly against it because you feel that it's aesthetically inappropriate for the area?
I've been a licensed real estate broker for the past 23 years. The property's directly across from ours. We don't look out our front window. So when I'm in my house, I'm not seeing the fence. But in my experience in the real estate business, my father had a real estate company, Jack Clark Realty. He did a lot of land. And my experience of how this can affect the surrounding properties, yes, has affected my feeling, my opinion on this.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Okay, anybody for the project? All right, against? Yes, I'm just going to stay.
Okay, it's time for me. Are they through?
Apparently they are.
The name's Hodges. The reason I want to speak for a second on this, because it's gotten in big, bold letters that someone wants to build an 8-foot wall on the front where only 5 feet is allowed. Well, as far as frontage on all the property, whether city or county, whatever, various city to city, whatever, it doesn't matter. The frontage of property has to have where people can look down the street sideways or across the street or whatever, the front should never be over 5 feet for the good of us all. That's how you get your vandals, people who break in people's houses, whatever, because the neighbors can't see what's going on. The point is, to the side of property and to the back of the property, you can go 8 feet on the wall. But when you're talking about the front of the property, now according to them, somebody already have up an 8-foot wall in front of the property. That's out of order. I'm sorry. So what I'm really trying to say, now this man is a contractor builder. So he'll build this fortress that he's talking about and close up the whole thing, whatever. And then 3 years later, he'll sell the place for a tremendous profit, and he leave the homeowners around there living with a big fortune, which is improvement for the sake of improvement is always good to bring up all property values. But to close the front up and raise it above 5 feet, I'm against that, period. Wherever it's at in the city. Thank you.
I'm not sure whether we was for it or against it. Ms. McGuire. No, don't, no, I'm sorry.
I'm against it.
Mr. Mayor and Council, and with great respect, I say what I have to say. Mr. Miller...
You have to, everyone knows you, but for the record, you have to identify yourself.
Oh, Phyllis McGuire. And I live at 100, 200, and 300 Rancho Circle, and I've lived there since the 40s, middle 40s or whatever, or probably. But anyway, I'm not, I'm for it, but I'm confused about what I'm against. I'm very confused because Mr. Miller knows that I said I was thrilled because it's been an eyesore for years, but I do want to warn him that the man that lived there before who was going to buy it was killed instantly in a plane crash, and then Mr. Veretta, who lived there, was killed instantly in an automobile crash.
I'm out of here.
So So I would.
I just had a little grandchild today, so don't.
Well, I mean, I would be. You did?
I did. Yes.
Jesus. But anyway, I would warn Mr. Miller and Mr. Jackson, for goodness sakes, get in there and sage and do something to change the energy, because it's kind of. But I don't understand. I know we're here on one issue. It's the sidewall, not the.
No.
I mean, no. It's the front of the house, where the front of the house is going to be. My concern is that when people come in the circle, there's only one entrance and one exit, and that's only one. All of the trucks and all things for his rebuilding, which I welcome after he makes sure he wants to be there, it will really cause a lot of congestion. It has to, because we've built before, and I've built before, and we all know. So, actually, Lil Hicks, I'm going way, way back years ago, and I owned that island in the middle. I owned half, and she owns the other half. And we allowed the city to put the gate there so that we would have an entrance and it would be a gated community. So I'm going way, way back. But anyway, I'm for it if it could be worked out so that the professional people, I think we have 12 doctors and attorneys. I mean, we have people in there that have to function and every day getting to and from work and all that. If we can work it so that we don't have a lot of congestion. I was totally for this 100% until yesterday afternoon at 3:30. I was bombarded with all of these.
I'm going to give you the verbiage.
The verbiage, yeah. Give me the verbiage. In fact, I called Richie Klein and asked him if he could please walk me around the property and show me the lines and where it was going to be and what was going to happen. So what's the verbiage?
Mrs. McGuire would like to see on record that, number one, the house will be raised, and number two, all construction vehicles coming in and out of the circle will use the circle gate and not the gate on the entrance street. Correct?
I think so.
That's what we said.
I think that's it. We just don't need to
Next to Daly's house.
Well, wait, now you're going to go all the way, they're going to go...
Wait, we don't do it this way. We don't shout back and forth, and we have to make a record on this. So if you want to come up and address us appropriately, I'd be happy to hear from you.
Okay.
Are we on?
Yes.
What Mrs. McGuire would like to see is the vehicles coming in off Rancho Drive instead of coming right in here on the property, make the right turn, go into the circle, and use the back gate for construction vehicles, so there is no backlog here. That's what she'd like to see on record. She'd also like to see that the house is raised and it doesn't stay the same house.
Well, Mr. Miller made both of those
Yes.
representations.
You made that clear.
Yes.
What I would like to point out is that, can you
Once
see
you get to
that?
the record, you have to state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vicky Willie, 920 Rancho Circle. Can you see this picture?
Yes.
On the picture, when you came down the main lane and you took a right, you could get access onto this property, and it would be appropriate. Now, they are saying that they're going to do is they're going to turn left into the circle, go all the way around.
No.
No.
No, what they're saying is this, that they're going to, because I've looked at the property, of course.
Okay, so they're going to take a huge chunk of that wall down?
No. What they're saying is they're going to go down when you go past the guard gate, you'll continue to the first street. They will make a right on that street, which is the western side of the property. They'll go to the rear of the property and then enter the property from the rear.
So they're going to go to, what they'll have to do is come down the wall, and then they're going to go into this entrance. And you cannot cut a construction truck into that entrance at this time. You'd have to take part of that wall down.
I don't know the answer to that, but that's the pathway that they were expressing
Okay, so he is going to take part of that wall down.
for purposes of getting
Of
the
entering.
construction crew in there.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much.
Thank you. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Has everybody expressed themselves? Want to be fair here? Okay. One more, and Councilwoman Tarkanian, please hold your ears.
My name's Jody Diamant. I live at 330 Rancho Circle. And I did think it needs to be clarified that it seems that people are saying we don't want him to build anything nice, or we do want something nice. I think we're all anxious, or not anxious, happy that he wants to build something nice to upgrade our neighborhood. But I think it needs to be within the character of the neighborhood. And that's the big issue here. An 8-foot-high wall, whether it be in the front or even on the side, I think really blocks off the properties, which is inconsistent with the character of our neighborhoods. We're all happy that Mr. Miller wants to build a nice house and spend a lot of money. Thank you.
Okay. All right, anybody else? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing now. And Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank everyone that came out. You can see there's a lot of passion in this neighborhood, and I appreciate that. And I knew that when I bought in this area. I'm not a newcomer. I'm new to Las Vegas in the last 4 or 5 years, but I'm not new. Would you?
No, it's your turn.
I'm not new to this area, so I've been through this before. I'd like to just comment on a couple of things that were said. Number one, I would like a copy of this petition that went around. I've never seen it. I don't know what it says, and I think I'm entitled as the applicant to have that.
Here we go.
Second of all, just to make a clarification, so that they just sign it, doesn't say what, they're just opposed to the variance. Okay. Second of all, to make a clarification, I understand, and Ms. Willie is to be commended for bringing an expert in, but he said, and I'd just like to clarify this, I'm one of few, Phyllis has one, I have one, there's only 2 or 3 corner lots in the entire subdivision. The rest of them, yes, are on the circle, but they're not corner lots. So, Ms. McGuire has one, I have one, and she has a side wall down hers, so that's fine. The last thing, in regards to traffic problems, I told Ms. McGuire I would honor her thing, and it's on the record here. I will do as she asked me. I will get equipment in there. If that means I have to pull some of that wall down, I will do that. That's a commitment. I don't know if you've seen the wall, but it's a lot of money I'm committing to tear down to get in there and do this right. Thank you very much. I made that commitment. But as far as traffic problems, if you've been over there, this is not a high-volume street. I mean, I could understand if I'm backing truck up on Rancho. It's not the case. Lastly, I'm an owner-builder. Most of the people that live in Rancho Circle have never built a house on their own. Yes, they have 20 trucks and stuff from all the general contractors and all. I do most of this stuff myself. I don't have a whole big cadre of people helping me. There's me and my partner and maybe one other person on site at any time. So a lot of those things are factors that don't apply to an owner-builder who's not, I'm not acting as just a general. I'm out there physically doing labor. And I've done it on the last 3 homes that I've worked on. So it's not something new to me. And lastly, I think that I would like to reiterate that when we voted on this item, or when it was voted last time, we won unanimously. Second of all, I think there's a lot of precedence, and I don't care, or it doesn't seem to me as a layman, whether the wall is in the back of the development or the front of the development or wherever. If it's in the development, it's precedence, in my opinion. And I could say the same thing, well, you know, I can make a lot of excuses, but precedent is precedence. And with regards to precedence, we've got a lot of side walls that don't adhere to precedence. And so it's a slippery slope. If I can have a side wall that comes up to the thing, well, it's a slippery slope. Why can't I have this? Now, I will make this. I talked to Councilman Tarkanian yesterday. This front wall here, currently we're requesting on our application that it sit back 8 feet. I'm willing to move this wall, not this one. I'm willing to move this wall back 4 more feet and over 4 feet. So in other words, I'm going to have 54 feet this way, and I will do 12 feet off the curb that way. And that's 12 feet off the curb, plus my property line goes halfway out in the street. So I'm willing to try to make it, you know, as palatable. And trust me, I'm not looking to make enemies in here. I want to build a beautiful house, and this is part of the architectural. And I appreciate your time, and I think that the merits of this case should speak for themselves, that we are trying to build a beautiful house, and we're not doing anything out of the ordinary. Thank you very much.
May I ask a couple of questions? One of them may be a little silly. In your proposed application, how many, I'm not sure if this is the right term, linear feet is the portion that you're asking for consideration from 5 feet to 8 feet? In other words, the yellow designation, how many linear feet are we talking about of wall?
Well, I can't do math in my head, but we're talking about 60 feet of 60 by 3, so what's that, 60, that's 180, if I'm doing it right, and then plus this wall here, which is about 40 feet deep.
Well, no, that's not what I'm talking about. Where you have your yellow lines, which is the portion of the wall you want to go from 5 feet to 8 feet, how much wall is that? You know,
From A to B.
Huh?
From A to B.
From A to B. That's a good way to put it.
From here to here?
Well, no, you've got 3 yellow lines, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how many total feet of wall is that?
This one's 40. This one's about 36, and this one's about 26. So that's 60. 102. But it doesn't run down the entire front of the property. One of them goes back. One of them.
No, I understand completely. Here's the silly question, and I'm just trying to understand both sides, if you will. Why is 3 feet so important to you? You know, why do you need to have it at 5 feet when we're talking about such a small portion of the overall perimeter of your lot?
That's a valid question, and that's just something architecturally that goes with the house. You know, Rancho Circle didn't always start as a gated community, and the people that lived in there thought it was important that they have their own privacy, and they gated it, which they're right to do. So the common, you and I, if we're not members, can't go in there and we can't see, and the neighbors, I assume, did that by design. They didn't want everyone in there looking at their business. I am, you know, and so the intent, whatever the intent may have been in Rancho Circle at the beginning, it changed over time where they put a gate up so that everybody couldn't go in there. And things, I think, continue to evolve. I want the same privacy they want. But, you know, and so I want, and plus, every truck that comes and goes out of this parking lot, again, or out of this development, there's only 2 houses that has to run by the front door. It's mine and this property right here that a Miss Keeter owns. That's it.
I guess my last comment would be, if this was 50 or 75% of the total perimeter, in other words, what's on the street, I could understand, but you've got 8 feet now for probably 80% or more of your property. That 8-foot wall from inside the circle all the way to that first portion where the yellow line is already all 8 feet. So 80 or 90% of the view into your property is already 8 feet. And for what it's worth, that's just my observation.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
have someone else who wants to speak.
Well, these are different,
My turn?
you know, I
Will I
gave
be-
everybody their turn.
Are you Miss Keeter?
No.
Oh.
I'll give you your turn, but you came and gone.
Just real quick,
All
I'm
right.
sorry. Good afternoon, my name is Julie Henderson, I live at 601 Rancho Circle. The interesting thing about this community is that it is open yards, green trees, everybody can see everything. We are a community. You wall off yourself, you might as well live in any other part of Las Vegas because that's what makes Rancho Circle so desirable. You can be on the other side if you want and wall it off and you'll look like the rest of Vegas. Rancho Circle does not look like that and that's what's so appealing. I rest my case. Thank you.
All right.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Barlow?
I have a question.
Yes, sure.
Is it Mr. Miller?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Miller, looking at the overhead, going back to the overhead of the site plan here,
We're treating this so elitistly. It makes me
the wall to the west is 8 feet,
Yes, sir.
okay? And I believe, okay, that's the west, so this will be the east portion, which will be your entrance, is that facing south?
This is
I'm
the
sorry, south.
Yes, sir.
South. And the extent of the length of all the walls combined going in and out is approximately 160 feet? Total wall?
No, well, this one here is 26, and this is 36. Now, there's a 40 feet where it goes back
Correct.
depth into the property.
And also, point to the adjacent one. Yes, sir. How much wall are we talking about
I
there?
think that's about 40 feet as well.
Okay, so we're...
But that is in compliance. That sits back 50 feet from my property line.
I understand. I'm just looking at it from the south portion as far as how much wall and linear feet we're talking about. And each one of those segments of that wall is proposed to be 8 feet, correct?
Correct.
So the entire perimeter of your property will have a 8-foot wall.
No, sir. The west side and the south side will. The north side does not, nor does the east side.
What's on the north and the east?
The north side, I think it's about a 5 or 6 foot tall wall. I'm not exactly sure how high it is. It's an existing wall. And the same thing on the east side.
What can you see? What do you see looking outwardly from your property on the north and the
On the north, I look back into a big estate. It's about a 3-acre estate. But there are big oleanders on some of it. I trimmed some of them. I thought they were mine. They weren't. I didn't realize they weren't on my property. But they'll grow back. But there was like a big oleander screen.
So from a traffic viewpoint, there will actually be no view of the home inside of the property.
Well, partially yes, partially no. And the way I say that is because when you drive in like this. There is no wall on this side, so you'll be able to look directly over that into the side of the house. That makes sense when you're driving in. And then here's an opening here, and to give you, again, a picture, when we're talking about the size of these openings, they're quite significant in size. It's not. I don't have an opening this big. They're like this wide. And so you can see, and you can see from that picture, when you walk down there, and this is walking right down the road, it's not, there's a good vision in that property. It's not like I am...
Let me ask you this question. You mentioned earlier that you were looking to bring in trees to fill in that gap, correct?
Correct.
And over the years, with trees growing in size, it will also be a screening from the actual view looking into the property, correct?
Yes, but I'm talking about bigger trees, not shrubs. I'm talking about trees that will grow up over this fence in time, just like this one here. In time, they'll be up above the wall.
Okay. But going back to the south side.
Yes, sir.
The wall that you're requesting is 8 feet, which will actually be 8 feet to the south and 8 feet to the west, the perimeter of your property, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any other views of your wall that you can show?
Yes, sir.
I think that's the Pinto wall at the bottom.
No, it's not.
Oh, no, that's the same one.
That's the same one from the same angle.
There's a facade. I didn't mention that when we're talking about this wall, it's not a standard run-of-the-mill brick wall. You can see it's got an expensive imported facade on it. Each one of these columns in time will be covered in a slate. Each one of the columns has lights on it. There will be column caps on the top of each one of these columns. There will be wrought iron between each one of these, or ironwork. It's a different wall than anything that exists in there. And again, we tried to understand. I understand the value of this neighborhood. Trust me, I didn't buy in here blindly or just happened to stumble upon this neighborhood. I want to build something significant in here, and I am doing an architectural masterpiece, at least in my mind. And I think that a lot of buyers, that if there ever happens to be this again goes on the market, it'll be the same thing. It is a beautiful home. It's not. I'm not building just a block wall, and there's a lot of money in this.
Right, but at question today is not the home. At question today is the wall.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I can respect that, and I'm with you as far as building a beautiful home for the interior, but today at hand, we're talking about the wall. So, as far as the height of the wall, I'm still not sure as to what the hill to die for over the 3-foot difference, or 2-foot difference from what's proposed on the front. Margot is 6 feet,
Yeah,
traditionally by code.
if I may, real fast, the mayor asked the question and framed the question early that are we deciding between the 5 feet and the 8 feet? And that is correct, but the last thing I want to do is complicate this, but I want to add that the 8 feet cannot be built in the front yard. So in this case, the 8 feet could be built without variance 30 feet back. So the variance is necessary for the 8 feet where it's located. And there, where they're proposing, it could only be 5 feet. But were this wall to be set back 30 feet from the property line, then it could be 8 feet or whatever height they wanted it to be, because that's beyond...
Okay, then let's go back
How
to the
far
overhead.
back, excuse me.
The proposal is now, as you saw the
Right.
2 yellow sections,
Right.
the section to the east, and which is to the right, is set back 16 feet, and the proposal is, what you see on the screen is the other yellow section is now proposed at 8 feet, and the applicant indicated he'd be willing to go 12. So it's the difference between 16 and 12, or both of them being moved back to 30 feet.
Where would 30 feet be on this overhead?
Well, you can see the right-hand side is 16, so about double that.
If
So
the
it
gentleman
would
would
actually-
move those pictures off of there,
Yeah,
you'd
move the
probably see it
pictures
better.
back for a second. Because from my understanding, looking at the map, and I don't know if these measurements are to spec, but the line that's not in question, put your finger there just for a second.
This one?
To your, right there. That's 50 feet from...
50 feet from the curb, which, if I don't know, but I think my property line is in the middle of the street. So when I say 12 feet, I'm from the curb. I'm not from my property line, if that's correct. So I'm more than 12 feet back from my property line.
Well, your property line would be in the street, which would be in question within itself, because there would have to be some level of right-of-way, being that it's the street. So in essence, it will come from the back of the curb.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's the ease part, if you will.
The streets in question are
Please
private.
identify yourself for the record.
I'm sorry. Bart Anderson, Public Works. The streets in question are private streets, and they aren't private streets that occupy a lot unto themselves. They are easements overlying each person's lot that participates in the private street.
Correct.
So technically, the hard property line is the center of the street. Then the easement coincides with the back of curb line, which is the effective front of the lot, though the hard property line is technically in the center of the street.
Okay.
And how many feet is the center of the street to what appears to be the curb?
I don't have that information in front of me, but I can probably find out in a few minutes.
Well, the question is,
I want to take us to court and we lose.
Mayor Goodman,
So just as a,
The 30 feet is beyond the curb, behind the curb.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing. I checked this out so many times before today. You start behind the curb. You don't start from the
There
middle of
are
the street
other
because that's a
areas-
street that people have to go down.
That's correct.
I mean, that's what I was told by legal, by planning, by everybody I
So
asked.
just probably as an educated guess, probably above that where it says 1,500 Rancho is probably 30 feet. Where it says 1,500 Rancho on this little map.
Right.
Maybe about 30 feet.
And Mayor, this is what I was getting at, and I don't want to belabor this meeting here today, but to the applicant, Mr. Miller, and I don't know, Councilwoman, I don't want to derail what you have going on, but what level of impact would it be for you to move it back to code? An additional 12 feet on what you've already proposed, and you're within the length of code. It doesn't appear to me that it would affect the beautiful home that you will be building to the inside. Can you speak on that?
I can speak to the fact that I can appreciate what you're saying. This is how we have chose to architecturally design this house. The walls are part of the living space of the outside. This house is an indoor-outdoor house. There's a lot of outdoor living space on the front of this. You can't see it, but there's some water features out here that aren't on the thing. There's a big outdoor patio and stuff. And that's just the way the house was designed. It's not, I didn't do it intentionally.
No, but what I'm asking you specifically is, would you be willing to meet us halfway and adjust it and fall within code, and you would have your 8 feet?
What I've agreed to do is to move the wall back from my requested 8 feet to 12 feet and to move it over 4 feet that way. As far as lowering the height of the wall, I will not agree to that at this time. No, sir.
I'm not saying lower the height of the wall. I'm saying if you move it back to where the code states you may have it 20 to 30 feet back, you will fall within code and you will have your 8 feet. I'm just trying to find a happy median somewhere. But you don't have to agree to that. I was just basically putting that out there as a proposal, and you have your right as an applicant to stand on your position, and I can respect that. Thank you.
And Mayor and Council, and that's where the applicant's creating his own hardship, in the sense that if he were to move it back to that degree, he could build an 8-foot wall. He's building it within the buffer area, if you want to call it that, whereby he needs a variance. His variance application really doesn't meet our code with regard to a request for a variance. He's got to prove that the determinations under 1918-040L, subparagraph 2, that those things are present in this particular application, and I don't know if he's proven that yet.
Well, give us a standard again, please.
Whereby reason of exceptional narrowness, shallowness, or shape of a specific piece of property at the time of the enactment of the regulation, or by reason of exceptional topographical conditions or other extraordinary or exceptional situation or condition of the piece of property, the strict application of any zoning regulation would result in peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties to, or exceptional and undue hardships upon the owner of the property. A variance from that strict application may be granted so as to relieve the difficulties or hardship. If the release may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, without substantial impairment of affected natural resources, and without substantially impairing the intent and purpose of any ordinance or resolution. So he's got a big burden to meet to show that this is not a self-imposed hardship, but is a hardship as a result of the size of the property. And normally height there's no real hardship with regard to height.
All right,
that type of hardship would be self-imposed.
All right, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, may I ask 2 more questions, please?
Sure. By the time I get to see my grandchild, she'll be 3 years old. This is the most amazing thing I've ever been through in my life.
Well, we're being asked to make a decision which is going to...
No, I understand. I was being...
I know you will. I know you long enough, I know you will. We're being asked to make a decision that's going to affect you and you folks, and these are the last few facts I need. I don't even know what the motion's going to be yet, but in order for me to decide what's reasonable and what is not reasonable. I'm still unclear as to how many more feet he must move those 3 yellow walls to get to the 30-foot point where he doesn't have to ask for us permission to build it at 8 feet.
The yellow wall that you see on the right, the right-hand one,
Yes.
would have to go back 14 more feet.
Okay.
The yellow wall, the east-west, as you see it, yellow wall to the left.
The one under ranch?
Yes.
Okay.
He's saying 12, so it would have to be an additional 18 feet. And then the section, the yellow section that runs north-south, now also goes to 12 as he's proposing, so that also would go back 18 feet.
And my second question and last question is, you have plans to build a home there, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many square feet is the home that you plan to build?
10,693.
Okay. So logic would say that if you were to move these three walls to 14 feet, 18 feet, and 18 feet, you would have to consider reducing the square footage of your home by a certain percentage. Is that right? And logic says if you're going to move the walls, you may either shorten your backyard.
Well, but the setback, I'm already hit the setbacks on the back. The issue is on the one wall, as you can see, I've got a motor court there.
What's a motor court?
Well, because of the fact that I'm coming off the main street, if you go in this garage, this is a garage here, we want the ability to be able to turn around and come back out forward so you're not backing out onto that street. And so there is a driveway in there, which I think people would want us to have and not back out onto the street.
And that's because you have a garage to park a motor coach.
No, that's a regular two-car garage. It's
okay, but it's the type of driveway where you can
make it turn around and come back out forward
versus just pulling in and then
backing all the way out on the street, and
you'd be backing out into where the traffic comes for that area. That's
correct. And it's a one-way street.
I understand. No, these are important facts. They're important to me. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. McGuire, so you're not going to pout. You got 30 seconds.
Okay. I'll talk very fast. The only thing I would be opposed to would be the height of the wall across from my side wall. Why does it have to be 8 feet? Why couldn't? Because I saw your property in at Pinto Lane. It's beautiful. But and I went last night to see it at nighttime, and I went today. But the front wall, the front of the house isn't that high wall. It's a beautiful wall, but you have half concrete and then it's wrought iron. Is that correct?
And
then you have trees behind.
In some places it is, in other places it is.
Why couldn't that be where the
Oh, I'm
excuse
sorry.
me.
I'm sorry.
30 seconds up?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me.
Even if it isn't, it's up.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mount, Mr. Mayor, and council people. I appreciate your time.
All right. Okay. That's it. Councilwoman. She left. The councilwoman for the ward left. And
Your Honor, could I just got a phone call from the hospital. They don't want you there. Mr. Miller, I'm going to try to pin you down, and if you can't answer it, that's fine, I understand. But if you could come back up, just so I understand some of the commitments you've made. And as a general statement, I made this to Ms. Willie. If there's ever a time in Rancho Circle that you really want to get together and take a hard look at your CC&Rs, now's the time to do it. I think there's an independent streak, obviously, in this neighborhood, but you'd be in a far stronger position to manage your community if those CC&Rs become a living document and not so much in a reactive mode that we are today. But that said, can you relieve some of the tension by just indicating a time frame for your construction, your demolition, your construction? Or is that going to be contingent upon market, or?
No, it's not contingent upon market. Our intent is once we get the permit for this, if we got this variance for this wall, I think within a couple weeks we would probably pull the house down. I've already had an asbestos study done. I've had the soils reports done. So we're ready to move forward with that, and I've gotten quotes on the demolition. And at the same time, we would pour the pad. As far as exactly when the house starts, there's still a good bit of stuff I have to do with the city and get the plans approved through them. But the demolition would take place in a reasonable amount of time.
Thank you.
all right. Councilwoman.
Mr. Miller, could I ask you to show the other pictures of your wall that show it straight on and coming from the other direction? I think you have some of those. And I have been out there 4 or 5 times driving by this wall, and you said I could go out again last night, Mr. Miller, when we met. I went out again last night. Because as I mentioned to you when we started talking about the neighbors' concerns, and you mentioned you didn't understand why they might be as concerned, I mentioned to you because of the wall, and then you said, well, you know, it has these openings, and the perspective we're seeing here does show the openings. However, if you stand in front of that wall, there you go. You see, that's the one I mean. Or if you're coming in the opposite direction, it's just straight wall. You see no landscaping in those little crevice areas, and it's really beautifully designed for that type of thing. But as you said, Mr. Miller, it's an optical illusion. Because from one side you can see, but coming from the other side you cannot, and standing in front you cannot. It's just a straight-up fence. And that's what I just wanted to clarify. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to emphasize that today the only issue with which we're dealing is a request for the variance. The wall that's already built is not on the agenda, so we cannot consider it. Other things that have happened are not on the agenda, so we can't get involved in that. This is only the request for this variance. And when I met with Sandy Miller, he voiced concern to me about the feelings many of the neighbors had about the fence he had built. And I mentioned to him that all the other homes on the circle face the circle with front yards. And his wall, no matter how well built, from 2 perspectives, was a straight 8-foot wall, which he showed to us on the overhead. Now, Mr. Miller says that his Pinto wall is similar to the Rancho Circle wall, but I believe that Pinto wall is built according to code for the city. I do not recall any time that it came before this council. Do you, Margot?
I'm sorry.
That Pinto wall was a 5-foot wall with the concrete.
Yes, it had the openings in the...
There was no question. So that wall, as Phyllis McGuire said when she went out there, couldn't you do it that way? That is what the variance, what is the code says you should do. And you're requesting to go in a different direction. I just wanted to say that that wall you saw as a Pinto wall is not the same as what's being requested here. And the walls that you mentioned were 8 feet. They're in what we call the back finger of the Rancho Circle area. The front of these homes, as one of the people mentioned, faces the backs of homes and garages, and there are only 2 of them there that are the 8 feet. The other 6-foot or sidewalls or something like that has no pertinence to what we're discussing on a front wall, which is a variance being considered today. Now, as I understand, and this is what I was disappointed, Sandy, I must tell you, when we spoke, because I asked you if you could follow the city statute, which is basically what Councilman Barlow brought up today, and could you, and in fact I think Councilman Wolfson also suggested it, I asked, could you follow the city statute of 3 feet block wall, 2 feet with wrought iron, and then have landscaping against the wall which could reach a higher height if you wanted to have it that way and you felt you had to have 8 feet of something as privacy? I asked you that because I felt that, and I tried to explain why the neighbors were upset over the wall. We discussed that, and then I asked if you could do that. You said no. I was surprised. I said, why? You said, I don't want to. And then I asked again, and you said the same answer, I don't want to. And according to what I understand, and as our council has mentioned and gone over already, we cannot give a variance to relieve a hardship which is solely personal, self-created, or financial in nature. There's other ways you could handle this, what you consider a hardship on the 8 feet. And so I move to deny the variance.
All right. You heard the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you. Mr. Henry, you want me to call item 46?
Yes, if you'd recall that.
All right, discussion and possible action regarding complaint seeking disciplinary action against Gastroenterology Center of Nevada, 700 Shadow Lane, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada, and Endoscopy Center of Southern Nevada, LLC, 700 Shadow Lane, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada, for violation of Las Vegas Municipal Code in Ward 5.
Thank you, Mayor. After the council approved the complaint and set the matter for hearing, I neglected to take the ministerial act of asking that the record reflect that I'd lodged the original of the complaint with the clerk, and so I'm asking to do that at this time.
You had lodged it, though, had you not?
No, not the original. You all had copies that you voted
I see.
on.
All right, then what we'll do is we'll accept. I think we have to move to reconsider then at this time. All right, may I have a motion for reconsideration, please? All right, please vote. Post. Please vote. This is on the reconsideration. Post. Motion carries, and the tender is now being made of the original into the record. I'll let the record reflect that the clerk has received the original, and we don't have to vote. We just accept this ministerially. Very good. Yes. Would you please call Mr. Brown and advise him that this, in fact, took place?
I will. No, they didn't have to do any of that.
Okay?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. We're now up to...
I'm sorry, you rescinded a vote. I think they probably need to re-vote on that.
Okay, then we'll vote to... my motion is to accept the complaint, and we've set the...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mayor. Didn't you rescind a vote on something?
Yeah, yes, we did, because some genius up here said, don't we have to rescind, and I listened to him.
Yeah, I don't...
So if you voted to rescind the vote that you took...
Right, then we have to vote again.
Then you'd have to vote again.
Right.
But I don't think you needed actually to do any of that. You just need to reopen, because the way we typically do this is once you vote and approve, then I lodge the original with the clerk.
Okay. We're fine?
We're fine.
We rescinded the fact that
for reconsideration.
We rescinded the fact that we've been spending a lot of time on a lot of stuff today. Okay?
Well,
that's what we rescinded.
If we can just get this clear, I guess. What was the vote this morning?
What did you do?
Beverly.
They voted to approve the complaint and set the hearing.
May I have a motion approving the complaint and setting the hearing date for?
April the 7th.
April the 7th at 1 p.m.
So moved, Your
All
Honor.
right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good job, Mr. Henry.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Okay. Madam Clerk, would you please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements? Thank you. All right, this is the time for citizens' participation. By the way, young lady, that was a wonderful article in the newspaper. I think that I never have anybody ever comment to me about anything that they ever read in the newspaper about the city, but that one article was one that elicited more responses from citizens who felt good about what we're doing here. So I want to thank you not only for your service, but also for having that article written about you. Okay. 98 is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda to schedule for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up to the podium, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on, please.
My name is Anthony Hardin. I live 123 Sir David. Is it on? Oh, not too bright. Thanks. Mr. Mayor, I have 3 things that I wanted to put on the camera because it's nationally important to all of us in our whole great nation. You know, I'm a person who loves this country first. So I want to get a lot of things straight. I always have the documents to prove that when I say something, hey, it's got a lot of backup. This is March. It's supposed to be Women's Month. But, you know, I've always came in and said that I thought women was the sleeping giant of the world. So women should be every day. All day should be Women's Day. And the little girl, the little baby girl growing up. What I'm saying is that I've always been against abuse against women and children, period. And I know in the United States, most states have a law saying unless that woman come in and press charges against her boyfriend or husband beating her, ain't nothing they can do about it. Well, forget about that. No, pass a law, and if anybody touch a woman and kids, lock them up and throw the key away, whatever. That's the end of that. But I'm in favor of Women's Day, and good luck to all the ladies for the month of March. Now, this one is a letter from Ronald Reagan asking me to help him put somebody in Congress in 1984, part of his first term. And I got a letter from Barack Obama in January of this year, the young man that's running. And he asked me for my help too. Well, I was trying to be kind of on the side and biased about all this. But I want to bring this map to all of us attention in the wonderful great nation that we live in. Back in 1847, and see, most of the states in the West wasn't even existing. Remember now, in 1847 all the way up to 1850-something, most of this part of the West was owned by Mexico. And then from the halfway through the eastern part of the country, the Midwest and so on, points west was all territory. So what I'm trying to say is that, we took part of Mexico or whatever that time, but 10 states in the South created slavery. And we got 50 states, so 40 states had nothing to do with it. So what I'm really trying to say to us is that we need to look at, as far as segregation, you can't stop segregation. This is going to always be. And I love Governor Wallace for making that statement years ago. Segregation today, tomorrow, and forever. You can't stop it. And in America, even if we do have segregation from time to time, it's not 1/3 as bad as the rest of the world. You got places in this world, people are treated cruel. So even with whatever little bad thing we have in America, it's just a whisper compared to the world. But you cannot ever stop segregation. I don't even want it stopped. Call me what you please. Just don't hit me. This is our nation. We should have the right to speak to each other, sometimes not in a pleasing manner, as long as we don't hit anybody. Okay, Mr. Mayor, but anyway, I brought this for y'all to keep, but the public need to see that Reagan called me, young Obama called me, and I'll probably talk to Hillary later, whatever. But I'm going to leave all this with you because it's for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Next, please. Timer, please.
Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Hello, my name is Rasan Joshua Collins, and I'm kind of here to represent quite a few people that are in protest of the homosexual parade coming up on May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. And this is just kind of a warning here. I've shared it with police and judges already, but just for those that haven't already heard, it says, to all police, judges, attorneys, and government officials, America was founded on Christian values, and God we trust. And under NRS 201, that's Chapter 201 Nevada Revised Statute, we are to uphold good morals and public decency. Hypocritical judges and police are fighting and jailing the poor and homeless for sleeping outside under NRS 207.200, but are ignorant of state, biblical, and constitutional law and are committing sin and treason per NRS 196, that's Nevada Revised Statute, Chapter 196, for allowing gay parades and obscenity to continue. Sodomy is a crime under NRS 201 is known as an infamous crime against nature. By proclaiming Las Vegas a sin city, you proclaim you're guilty before all, and you must realize you're not above the law or God. You reap what you sow. Hell is real. Fear God, repent, and stop supporting and serving hypocritical and wicked blind leaders. Stop abusing, harassing, and jailing the homeless, and judge not, lest you be judged. Obey Jesus Christ, not Satan. Be sober. Don't sin sexually, curse, smoke, gamble, or lie. Be forgiven and baptized. The end is near. Holy is the Lord. See also James chapter 2, 6 through 13, Proverbs 22:22 through 23, 29:7, 14:31, 14:21, and 14 verse 34. Now, I've of course experienced some of this abuse personally. I've been arrested many times, over 10 times. All my cases just got dismissed, though 10 cases. I fought all of them, but the Lord gave me the victory. I didn't need a public defender, but I just encourage people that if they're in that situation to fight, for your rights, because we do have rights, and God will fight your battles, and the Lord Jesus Christ is there for you, even if man doesn't want to support you. And so if anyone would like more information, I'm on Fremont Street preaching pretty much every night. You can see me out there with these signs. I'll probably be out there tonight too, just sharing the Word of God and letting people know what's going on in Vegas, and hopefully bringing change and freedom for people. There's a lot of people right now that are in jail that don't belong there too, and that's one of my concerns. Like I told you before, I was in jail for 2 months for sleeping outside. That's just one example. I fought the case, it got dismissed, but you shouldn't put people in jail for things like that. And then the people that are running the city are committing crimes, they're not going to jail. So there's a big problem there. I know that in the end God will justify His people. So I encourage people just to investigate these things and hopefully come back to the roots of America, which is Christian values, Christian morality, before it's too late. And, disasters come. That's what God tells us. We gotta turn from our wicked ways, and He'll heal the land. Otherwise, disasters coming. That's the truth.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Timer, please.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident.
How are those? How are the donuts?
Too sweet, too much sugar.
How many donuts did you eat?
All except 2.
Oh.
I had breakfast this morning at McDonald's, and that was my lunch. That was my lunch. I was tempted.
Okay.
I wouldn't have been tempted if it hadn't been.
Okay.
So I didn't eat anything. I went to get something, but I had too many donuts.
Could you put it back? Give her 3 minutes. Could we do that, please?
Thank you. Thank you for the donuts. They're very delicious. Too much sugar, though. So what I'm trying to hope to accomplish today is them not allowing people on the military base to use the distress signal. I don't know what the problem is. The people, what were they doing before I came to this city? They don't understand. Somebody's not making them understand. When they use someone else's distress signal, if they use it for something illegal or something that it shouldn't be used for in a way that it shouldn't be used, if they don't follow certain technicalities, it puts trouble on me. And each time the people have to redo it, it takes time. It puts me back in a situation that I'm trying to get myself out of. It puts me in need. And if they don't see how it's affecting a person, I have a lot of trouble on me from them being able to do that. Going out there, it's a privilege of an American citizen to be able to go out there on Nellis. And those people that are making this trouble should be monitored. And someone should be escorting them up in there. And I don't mean to throw a disgrace on law enforcement, but one person that's doing something they shouldn't do can bring a disgrace on the whole force. The ones that are doing their job, it makes it hard for them when someone is not doing what they should do. When I was in the military, they say one soldier disobeying an order can bring a destruction on the whole unit. It can cause the whole unit to be wiped out. So it's good to wear a uniform, but we must uphold some standards, and so the rest of the people in the uniform won't suffer for someone doing something they shouldn't do. And I will cut corners on it today because I'm not exactly for sure who's doing it, but sometimes when a person keep experiencing this trouble over and over, sometimes you got to go through the ranks and find out maybe it's not the ones we think it is. And these people that are doing it, they need to check themselves. They really need to stop doing it, because I may be moving on soon to another area, but it's just not right to use something with someone else's name. If someone gets your checkbook and write checks and you didn't know they had your checkbook, it's not right. It's just like coming into somebody's house. Somebody come to your house and they didn't knock and they entered your house and just took over. You understand what I'm saying? Right is right and wrong is wrong. And it's not right for them to keep using something with my name on it in a way that it will bring shame and disgrace and dishonor. And they're not showing integrity in doing this type of thing. So I'm hoping soon that this will stop. Not only for me, but anyone else that might be experiencing this problem and don't understand what's going on, because they don't see the trouble that it brings when they use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, the meeting is adjourned. I've never had one because I've always...